Good to see you, everyone. My name is Robbie Howell, and welcome to an unusual little request mission. One that a specific character was given on a recent mixer flavor that we did, which he took up, as he always does, with great enthusiasm. Before anything else, though, let us introduce our players for today, beginning with our good friend, Tomáš.
Hello, I'm Tomáš, here with great enthusiasm. I've been playing Enclave for a bit over 2 years and excited to be here again.
Absolutely. Always great to have you around. Next up, Rich.
Hello, Rich DiTullio, player of role-playing games for over 40 years now. You may know me from my previous series, Enclave Saves Christmas, or my new one, Elegy of the Stars. And I am delighted to have been roped into this Lithomancer jamboree.
Indeed. Lithomancer Jamboree is the best way of describing it. Lastly, Lee.
We have already named the we don't need to know what happens last. We've named the session.
Yeah. Lee, who are you?
Hi, it's me. Normally, I have much less on, but it is 6 degrees, and I am cold.
And now, characters, as Rich so elegantly wove in there, it is a Lithomancer Jamboree. We are doing a mission with 3 of the same class, which is the second time, I believe this has been, no, third time it's been recorded, and only the 4th in my experience hosting ever, which is pretty cool. Tomáš, who's your Lithomancer?
Yes, I'm going to be playing Owain today, who picked up this quest. He is a Badger folk child and an inspiring knight, and yeah, he is excited to be here. Excited to get the job done. Hopefully, though he has no doubts that will happen. And yeah, let's see how it goes.
Marvelous. Rich, who is your Lithomancer?
I am bringing Jasper. He is a university-educated geologist and civil engineer, and as such is really looking to use his Lithomancer to build lasting structures as much as possible, and I'm kind of moving him towards an urban Lithomancer. It's like, yeah, asphalt, close enough. That kind of a thing.
Absolutely.
And I got roped into this because I met Owain at the mixer, and I was the first human Lithomancer he'd ever seen before, and we just struck up a mutual friendship.
Yes, you will be the only human Lithomancer on this mission in
Yes,
terms of the squad as well.
I am repping humanity. Yes.
And lastly, Lee, who is your Lithomancer?
I will be playing Bolg. Bolg is Bolg. Bolg is a 9'5" Minotaur.
Yep, he sure is. He's also level 10,
is.
which I should
He is
add.
also level 10.
That is very relevant.
I forgot. Sorry, I forgot the one thing that's important.
Yeah. Before we go further, besides saying thank you guys for playing, there is going to be one unusual thing that will happen during this mission, unless you do something very surprising. All I will say is, yes, I know that this has not been yet done on probably any mission that you have played, except for probably Lee. Just know, it is, in fact, a thing, even if it is vanishingly rare. Okay? Nice. I've been cryptic enough. Yes. Mission statement. No focus words for this one because it is a request mission. You guys are returning to the great lands where the mixer took place, Zalquara. This is a land of roughly Bronze Age technology, but it has been extrapolated to ridiculous degrees through processes of unusual resources, enormous manpower and wealth, and of course magic. Magic in this place is correlated with fame and infamy and greatness, and it is called Zurn. And the people who use it, the great ones, are Zurquane. You are being sent after one particular Zurquane, one General Marbod Arsani, one of the greatest generals ever known to Zalquara, who fought alongside Queen Kasmala, Queen of the Arm, and at one point betrayed her, though only because she was driving her army into doom, and he was trying to save his men. However, as you know, the story goes, he paid for this, both by being the fall guy for her apparent death, And then when he was saved from that, he put himself into self-imposed exile, for he was indeed quite torn up with the whole betrayal thing, even if he was justified by many extents in doing so. As such, he is returned to the place where the betrayal happened. A place on the edge of Zal-Quara, which is called Shafoy Chasm. Shafoy Chasm is thought to be bottomless, thought to be endless, and just has mist rising up out of it at all hours of the day. It is an eerie, mystical place that has long been considered the end of the world. And it is where Kasmala fell into when she was chasing an Enclave squad in a rage after her betrayal. Now, she was rescued out from this by Marbod himself, actually, and she greatly desires for Marbod to return to her side. It was one of his lieutenants who suggested he might have returned here in penance. And that is why the Enclave is teleporting you here to the edge of this hypothetically boundless, hypothetically bottomless chasm where mist emerges to find General Arsani and bring him back by hook or by crook. Now, the one thing of very substantial note, the Shafoy Chasm is on the edge of rather a barren section of Zal-Quara. Not a lot of people live here, and very few people go here, and there's for good reason. Often it is described that there are eerie golden things in the mist. Giant, vast golden things that seem to come and go flittingly like mirages. Some people tell stories of the golden things carrying people off. Some tell stories of the golden things blessing people. But all that is known is that there is something in the mist of Shafoy which has kept people away from it for a very long time. And is a very good reason why people don't come here, and why Kasmala coming here was an incredibly bad idea. So your first goal is going to be, one, to determine whether he is in the chasm, and then, if assuming he is in there, to get him out of it, which will possibly, quite likely in fact, entail entering it. But the Enclave does not know for sure that that is what is going on, and would ask that you determine it before you go charging in. Fortunately, you are all three lithomancers, and Marbod, as it should happen, what a surprise, is the most talented earth mage that the land has ever known. This is the reason that this particular squad was enlisted, and why, during the mixer, the people of Zal-Quara were so drawn to lithomancers. This is a famous skill here because of this one general. And so, a group of three lithomancers being sent after a third, though the Enclave will warn you that in terms of his power, he outstrips all of you. Even Bolg, he outstrips pretty substantially in terms of his lithomancy, and even in his raw physical power, he is going to be approaching Bolg levels, because in Zal-Quara, mages are not just given magic, their bodies are enhanced as well, almost universally. Questions before we begin?
General Marbod is, however, unlikely to fight us, I assume. Or at least I hope. We can hear you. Oh yeah, I was asking, General Marbod is unlikely to fight us, right?
That said, if you guys are going to be dragging him out unwillingly, you can expect resistance. He is not a wilting violet.
And the three of us combined, do we at least match his power somewhat, or are we still outcast?
Oh yeah,
even if it's
you should, together you probably are going to be at least a threat to him. But the Enclave anticipates that if you do so, don't go toe-to-toe raw lithomancy and expect to win. Even 3 against 1. That said, Marbod's lithomancy is not going to be exactly like yours. He is much coarser, shall we say. He is a general used to armies, and is, as such, much more used to, creating a massive fissure rather than doing a precision launch of himself into the air or something like that. He has bigger scale lithomancy. Other questions? Noise.
Yep,
Awesome. Love it.
Oh,
Concise.
sorry. One more thing. The Zord magic thing, that can still be channeled in here, right?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay.
In that case, let us proceed to assembly. Your characters brought together in Enclave HQ, having known everything we have just gone over, and of course, having met each other and having the context of the mixer already in the background. Brief descriptions of what you look like and first actions as you enter the assembly room simultaneously. We will begin with Owain.
All right. Owain is quite short, quite wide. Most notably, is a badger, though anthropomorphic. Is wearing like a medieval tunic, plate gauntlets, plate shoes, and a large two-handed sword sheathed on his back. The sword is notably a little bit taller than he is. My camera just died. How convenient. And he does have a belt of ceramics and little porcelain statuettes, because that is what he likes to do in his free time when he's relaxing, making ceramics. I think he is somewhat disappointed that he is not first to assembly room, as he thought this is a very official thing. He was going to set up the table for everyone, do like a very medieval sort of feast, like prepare plates of crickets and everything, and goblets of wine. So I think he's immediately in a bit of a panic as he realizes that he is not really here ahead of time. So, this is Enclave, so he's going to wish that into existence at the very least.
Absolutely. Jasper, physical appearance and first actions upon entering.
Jasper's a shade under 6 foot. I feel I need to specify human, dressed in red and browns that match with the Red Rock canyons that are common around his home. He's got the usual Lithomancer kit, the big stone gauntlet, the giant hammer over his back, the belt of red and brown sandstone and a belt. And his latest addition, he's got a backpack, which if you look at it closely, it's actually one of those big wraparound tool things that mechanics hold on to,
Nice.
which is his version of the toolbox.
That's awesome. Cool. And what would he do upon entering as Owain is scrambling?
Is Owain putting out crickets on the table, or is he just kind of there?
I think he like reaches towards the wall where he's expecting there to be like a vase of crickets, but then like the crickets would actually be summoned on the table, right? Because the assembly room just kind of like manifests things into existence as you wish for them. So he turns around with a vase of crickets, and like it's already like the table is already set up. So this is a bit confusing for him, but he does look a bit relieved.
Jasper nods at Owain. Good to see you again.
Yeah, hello. Please, have a seat. He's going to be standing very politely, waiting for you to sit down.
Yeah, and once Jasper figures that out, he goes and sits down.
And lastly, Bolg, physical appearance, first actions upon entering.
Physical appearance, 9'5", broad, heavy shoulders. Bolg is a minotaur. The cow portion of him is this like deep black cow with like very like calf-like brown eyes. He has a sort of mane of hair that runs down from the center of his sort of from his forehead down the back of his neck. Is sort of almost braided like a horse's in a way. Like it's not as thin though. It's much more like broad scope and like well spread. His armor is this sort of like think of very early Roman Roman progression armor that seems to be made of this like rock and earthen material. He's carrying on his back this massive bone-hafted axe, the head of which is made of obsidian or meteorite or some sort of stone with an omega emblazoned into the side of it. And he's currently walking in holding a little cup of tea.
As he sees Jasper being given a seat and Owain scrambling about, actions he would take.
Sort of cocks his head in Jasper's direction. Okay. Walks over carefully to a Bolg-sized seat that suddenly becomes present.
And as he takes his large seat, actions from here will jump back to Owain now that the group is assembled.
He spots Bolg, and he's immediately going to wish into existence a bunch of carrots, because that's his best guess of what a Minotaur eats. Owain is usually very sure of himself. Not arrogant, but he is rather confident. This time, though, both of the little monsters are somewhat of a pro models for him. One is a university-educated architect, and the other one is a large minotaur. So this time, Owain is a bit more skittish than he normally would. But he looks your way and nods. Hello.
Hi. Good to see you again. Sorry. Bolg has a sore throat this morning, so. And Bolg knows Owain, but Bolg hasn't met you. Nice to meet you. Bolg is Bolg.
Jasper is Jasper. I saw you at the great event. You're hard to miss, but I can see why you wouldn't have seen me.
Yeah. You stuck out from not being a native, but that about it. Sorry. No, don't mean any offense by that. Just
Oh,
you know.
no, none taken. Big event. No time to talk to everybody.
Yeah.
You guys at this point would be also shown an image of General Arsani, when last he was General Arsani at the very least. He's not technically a general right now. Marbod, so that I don't have to describe him later, should you find him, which I hope you do, is not a particularly large man. Much in the same way that, it's likely the case that ancient cultures typically were much shorter than modern ones. He is in that vein. He's probably 5'3", broad. He has like dark olive skin, kind of like a severe goatee, incredibly heavy set brows, close cut hair. And in the image that you're shown, he's wearing just an absolutely glorious Zalquora flavored military outfit, which I'm sure you can imagine has all of the trimmings and trappings that are expected of such a culture. He's not necessarily the sort of person where you look at him and you think legendary general. But even in the picture you're shown, he has like a gravitas and a confidence that is most of what belies his inner power.
I do not expect we will be meeting many other people in the endless chasm, yes? Owen asks an attendant, I suppose.
And the attendant would respond in neutral tones. The Enclave has not been able to determine whether there are other populace in this area. Along the edges of the chasm, you may find occasional locals, though these are likely to be very poor, humble folk.
Should we try to ask around? Perhaps they would have seen him. This is a question more to his teammates.
Yeah.
Or do we want to keep our quest secret?
There's no need to keep, be shy about what we're doing. This is a request from, royalty. So it should be presented to anybody who we meet. If they have seen, if they have seen the guy, good to know. Very good to be pointed in the right direction. Bolg is guessing there will probably be landmarks of his passing.
Absolutely. Other things that would be added to this, or other topics that the group would want to pivot to?
Yeah, Bolg will sort of lean forward after consuming his carrots and tea. Which he sort of eats the bucket in one go, bucket included.
So, any initial plans on getting him out once we find him? Bolg thinks probably if just appeal to his sense of duty, probably good enough, but not sure.
Yes, I was expecting we would ask him nicely. And so when he's saying that out loud, the thought entrances might not it may not be enough. But, that is the plan.
But it's definitely plan A.
Plan B, maybe try to. Well, these people respect the Zorn. Perhaps maybe we show ours. Hopefully not in combat, because Bolg's scared to fight this guy.
Jasper's eyes go wide, and I am too.
Despite what Owain has been told, he is less afraid of fighting the guy than like actually searching for him because he has no idea how to do that. But he's not going to say anything about that. He's just looking a little bit nervous. Well, perhaps he's going to be talkative enough to tell us why he's not returning, and then we can try to do something about it.
It's true. And if you see a golden thing, maybe tell somebody.
Owain has to have like a long thought to remember that was a part of the mission statement, but yeah, then he knows.
As he is doing so, the attendant would turn on a heel and walk from the room, and the teleporters would spring to life. Final actions before we port on to the mission. We'll begin with Owain, semi-arbitrarily.
All right. Owain tries to stand up from the chair very swiftly and very resolutely, and probably fumbles a little bit, like trips over himself just as slightly, and stands up. And in a unusually overtly formal manner, just looks at both Bolg and Jasper. Thank you both for coming to help me today.
Of course.
Wouldn't miss it.
Anytime.
And as Owain does so, final actions from Jasper before we begin.
Jasper just pushes himself up from his chair, looks at the untouched crickets on his plate, decides to let them remain untouched, and walks directly to the helipad.
And lastly, Bolg, final actions before we begin.
Bolg stands up, sort of rolls his shoulders as his bones sort of, crack against them with these timbrous, cacophonous pops. And as he steps, he notices this plate of crickets that nobody ate. It was like,
oh, waste of good crickets.
And after eating the crickets, he takes his place as well. As Rich pointed out in chat earlier, these are lithomancers in small, medium, and large, and your teleporters would reflect this.
I get on the small one.
And as you take your places...
Bolg knows what he's supposed to do.
Of course. You feel your bodies begin to dissociate, the familiar, unfamiliar tingling beginning in your feet, rising through your legs, leaving them asleep in its wake. Passing your midsection, your guts churn violently. Passing your chest, your heart flutters, and then you no longer feel it beat. And when the tingling passes your eyes, your vision explodes into ribbons of color, the world falls away, there is a buzzing in your ears, and then there is nothing. And as swiftly as the sensation came, it leaves, and you find yourself facing a wall of mist. You are not even 30 paces from the edge of the chasm itself, which drops clean off a cliff like something Wile E. Coyote would step off of. Just a square right angle, as though it were ripped apart. You would see that the ground around you is cracked and softly furrowed by little rivulets of water, but is completely barren. Nothing grows here. At least, not at this part of the chasm. Looking over your shoulder, far in the distance, you can see a little bit of arid farmland, but it seems like despite all the mist pouring out of the chasm, things don't benefit from the water, and the earth remains strangely dry. You can see teeny collections of huts in the pretty distant distance, but no people come towards the edge of the chasm. And the fog that pours out of it billows up towards the sky in enormous towering blocks like an erupting volcano, though it is properly mist. You can taste the water in the air, even if it doesn't go, for whatever reason, onto the dry, parched ground. In this strange place, actions you would like to take, beginning with Owain.
Well, I do not understand why someone would want to stay in a place like this. I think he's just going to sort of like reach down, try to feel the dirt beneath. Actually going to take off his gauntlet to do that, like reaching through the soil, trying to feel if there's like anything more to the soil or if it's just like generally completely barren thing that has been like this like since forever.
Yeah. The soil has like a sandy quality to it, but is also rather rigid, given that it's held this weird right angle shape. It feels kind of porous and loose enough that water probably goes right through it like a sieve, and growing things that would have a little more trouble getting their roots in. It is not properly soil in that regard. It would be better classified as just sand or sediment.
That terrifies Owain. He has worked with sand one time, and it was hard for him to do
Yes,
so.
I know that one. Other actions from Owain before we jump over to Jasper.
I think maybe in that case, like looking over near where the chasm starts, maybe not walking over just yet, but trying to see, like, given that you mentioned it is quite sandy. Normally, there's no way the soil would actually be able to stay in place, right, in a chasm like this.
Yeah, I guess packed
does it
sand
seem
would be the way I would describe it.
okay? So this seems geologically feasible to Owain.
Yeah, but weird. We'll say
Is
feasible,
there
but
a
weird.
Is there a hint of the thing being sort of like pulled apart forcefully from within? Or would this maybe seem to Owain like, because that is something he can do with geomorph as well, like a geomorph that happened but has been stabilized forever, like embedded into the ground.
Well, from the top of like where he's looking at now, he wouldn't see any signs. He'd have to go right to the edge and like peer over in order to get a better sense, unless you have an idea of a way you would try to pick that out with tremor sense.
Yeah, no, I think he's going to do that once someone else starts walking. Then he's going to, start walking as well and go towards the edge.
Yep, absolutely. In that case, jumping over towards Jasper, what would you like to do?
Yeah, I was going to say that sounds like Jasper's cue, because what I was planning to do in the first place is snap my safety goggles into place and see if I can see anything through the mist into the presumably endless gaping hole.
And as you start to look through the mist with your safety goggles, are you approaching the edge of the chasm to do so, or are you staying a distance?
I'm getting closer. I'm trying to stay a little bit back from the edge.
Totally. So, of course, the safety goggles can pierce through physical, like, visual blockers. And given that this is mist, you can see really far through this stuff. Incredibly far. But not infinitely far.
Right.
And Jasper's vision, it's hard to gauge. You're just looking through mist.
Right.
You might be seeing a quarter mile, maybe even a half a mile through, but you see no bottom and you see no far side.
Okay.
Nor do you see any golden things, but maybe that's not something the safety goggles would pick up.
I'm happy not to see golden things anyway, so
Indeed.
that's fine. Yeah. So I will just gape at infinity for a moment.
Yeah. And after the kind of scope of it sinks in, does he have any other follow-ups he'd like to take, or do you want to hold for other people first?
I would like Bolg to have his initial actions before
Let's do it.
anything.
Bolg, actions you'd like to take.
Very much in a similar vein as Owain, Bolg is going to lean down and sort of pick up some of the dirt and sand, the sediment underneath him to get a feeling for it. Rub it between his fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Smell it.
Yep, it's more familiar to him than it would be to Owain. But, again, not wildly familiar. Again, think of it like heavily packed sand. Somewhere between when sand is sand and when it becomes sandstone.
Okay. Bolg is going to, with his 5 might, collect a small ball of it and see how it holds pressure.
It
Like,
keeps it.
will it snowball?
It snowballs up a little bit, though it crumbles. Not immediately thereafter. So it does hold its shape. At a guess, it's not just sand. There's probably a medley of other little trace minerals and things in there, but that's not necessarily Bolg's wheelhouse to be able to piece apart.
And then
Sorry,
Bolg
hearing
is
yelling
going
children.
to... Ah, yes, children. Is going to sort of look over the edge into the abyss.
Yeah.
Owain
This is also
visible.
very familiar for Bolg.
Yeah.
And Owain is very visibly worried that Bolg with, being quite tall and quite heavy would fall
Tip
over.
over. Yeah, exactly.
Funny
Owain
you
is
should
getting
say that.
Yeah, easy with every step taken.
Funny you should say that. There was a mission way back in the day where that exact thing happened.
Would Bolg say that aloud?
Yes, because Bolg is about to to mention this.
Talk me through it.
Bolg is going to sort of like, looking over and leaning over and looking down, and is going to say, maybe 6 years back, maybe 8. Bolg was sent on a different mission. Was sent to a place not dissimilar to this, a deep hole. A hole that was not thought to have a bottom. Bolg was looking over, and it kind of had a lip like a caldera. The lip broke. Bolg fell for a while. But then Bolg met some cool people at the bottom of the hole, so... Bolg gonna start going down now. And Bolg is going to turn himself over. He's gonna and he's just gonna start, grabbing into the wall and climbing down, a little, just to get a vibe for it. Using my huaraches to easily, find purchase like a mountain goat.
Now, fortunately, it is not a sheer straight wall. It would be like a 2, 3, 4, 5% incline with little like shelves and jags and juts. And as such, especially given the fact that Bolg can punch his hands into the wall when he needs to, pretty effortlessly with Earth Shapers, even if it weren't for his massive might stat, can actually climb very facilely. It's not going to be a problem whatsoever. As Bolg is descending, follow-ups from Owain.
Owain has never in his life considered the fact that he could be climbing down a cliff face, so that is a terrifying thought. I think he would try to just jump down and try to do some last minute geomorph to save himself, then actually climb down. No, I think he's going to grab his sword, stab it into the ground as much force as possible.
Yep.
Activating Tremor Sense. And he would again kneel down, one hand on the sword, without Earth Shapers this time, just holding the handle of the sword very gently, trying to feel for the slightest vibrations. And he would be mostly trying to feel, he wouldn't even be trying to reach the bottom, but he would be trying to find if there's anything living within the soil at all. Pick up every single little earth form if they are there, and if they are still there as the soil is backed further and further down.
And as he does so, it takes obviously a bit of focus for him to pick out things that small, but he does feel movement. Little beetles and worms and maybe a centipede here or there. There is life, but it is scant and kind of spread.
Makes sense for environment then.
Yep.
Right? Owain will say that out loud. There seems to be some life down there in the chasm, or in the walls of the chasm, at the very least. I'm expecting I didn't reach the bottom of the chasm at all, right, with the tremor stuff. Okay.
However, at this point, Bolg would already be over the edge and climbing down. Anything else that Owain would say or do after giving this quick report, though only Jasper's ears pick it up?
That is terrifying. I think he's just going to be watching and expecting Bolg to just slide down. I think he's going to give it 10 seconds, then he's going to realize that Bolg probably knows what he's doing. Owain has his doubts after seeing that. I think what he's gonna try to do is grab the sword, get it out of the ground, and try to reach over the chasm. Just sort of try to almost go into a reposed stance, as if he was going to spray something, and then try to push against it, seeing if there's a magical effect, forcefully trying to keeping the chasm open.
Yep.
If there's any give at all. Yeah.
The sword parts the mist. The mist, obviously having a magical nature to it.
But there doesn't seem to be an actual force from within opening the chasm.
You don't feel it doesn't if there is a force, it's too vast and distributed and subtle to be picked out by this.
Do you think we should go into the chasm as well?
Jasper, responses to this, but other actions you'd like to take as well.
Yeah. Jasper turns from looking in horrified fascination as Bolg is climbing down, and looks over. I'm not sure what our alternative is. There's nothing else here but the chasm, and I assume you tried to take a look. How far down do you think you got?
With that one tremor sense, it would be, maybe a couple hundred, maybe like 100, 200 meters tops, but nowhere near a bottom in sight.
He's going to say that, except he's going to be using measurements which are completely unfamiliar to anyone.
Quite. That'll be 15 scarabs and 1 click.
Yums and yalms.
4 Imperial hogsheads and right, whatever.
I think he realizes that and tries to approximate to, I don't know. I don't even know what he would use.
Him sizes.
About 20 Owains down.
Yeah,
Got
exactly.
It. Anyway.
I think measuring in blocks would make sense, I think.
Less Bolgs down. Got it.
Yeah.
Well, if we're going to get answers, we're going to have to go deeper down.
And you want to just climb?
Bolg's making some pretty good handholds for you guys. Proper jugs. No crack climb today.
Jasper's response is, aside from the strange mist, not too different from the Red Rock Canyons I grew up in. So yeah, let's climb. If you'll, well, yeah, I'm going to do it that way. Before he goes down, though, Jasper does kind of fish around in his toolbox. And what he wants to come up with is basically the equivalent of an ice axe.
Oh, yeah. Or is he getting out line as well?
If you let that be in a toolbox, happy to.
Steel cable? Absolutely. Yeah, that totally
right,
belongs. Given his profession,
I'm affixing it to Owain, I guess. There's no anchor point up here.
Yeah, the earth is too soft for it to really anchor properly.
But, yeah, I'll tie us together so that if we go at once. Well, I guess, honestly, it would probably be a bit better for Owain to go down first with me as the anchor point.
No, I think Owain is very wide. I think he could reasonably be heavier than like an adult human.
Mm-hmm.
He's very wide.
He also has
large
pretty
arms
heavy
and such.
physical stats, Owain does, whereas Jasper's a bit more cerebral.
Well, whichever one of us we, by our best efforts, decide it's the heavier one, the lighter one goes first.
Indeed.
I think Owain is way more comfortable just staying above the chasm for now.
Yeah.
And wishing that the general just climbs up and
Exactly.
like
No,
that's
you
going to
go first, Jasper. I promise.
Yeah.
Please go first. Yeah.
Very dangerous. You go first. Yes. Okay.
After you, my dear Alphonse.
For Jasper.
Well, he would say something very serious like, "I will keep watch."
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I'm not afraid. I have a job.
Afraid I have a job.
For Jasper's beginning descent, a bunch of physical stat checks. Might, reflex, vigor, skill.
Might is 1, skill is 4. The rest is baseline.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I'm going to go out on a tremendous limb here, or maybe I should say a tremendous crag, and say that he has done a good bit of mountain climbing before.
Most definitely.
Yeah. Jasper's going to be doing pretty dang well for himself, especially given that Bolg has made gigantic Bolg fist-shaped handholds for him. Now, obviously, the big part of this is the mental game of you are hanging over, certain death. There's quite the plummet, shall we say, down below. But what is Jasper's will stat?
1. I bought 1 after the...
Excellent. One of your finest wills, bartender. Yeah. And I'll tell you right now, he's not going to be wanting to look down. Just period. Speaking of which, however, before we jump back to Owain, Bolg. Bolg is making excellent progress given his 5 might 4 vigor, or is it 3?
5 might 4 vigor.
That's what I thought, yeah. And as he is slamming his way down, this is kind of a day at the office for Bolg. Is he wearing his armor right now?
He sure is.
Okay, yeah, there. I had a feeling he would be. Right, why would you want to give up 500 pounds of extra weight?
It helps you go down. What are you talking about?
But as he is kathumping and slamming his way down, 2 things of note, and is making decent clip. First of all, he would occasionally encounter a standable ledge or like little buttress or shelf as he is making his way down. I don't know if he wishes to linger on these for any substantial period of time. Probably not.
Not if only so that his smaller allies can use it and so that he will not destabilize it. No.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing that he would notice as he is going down is that given that he is surrounded by mist, he is becoming damp and like substantially damp. The walls too are wetted by the mist. And given the kind of flaky, granular nature of the sandy stone here, makes it more than a little bit unstable. This is not a Bolg-shaped problem, fortunately, but it does mean that, for example, if he slams his fist in to make a handhold, he might like boom and then go like and like slide down half a meter before he's able to pull it back out and get a new handhold. So, does this slow Bolg's progress? No, but I'm sure it would give him pause and make him consider how he is going about certain things. Does he have other actions he'd like to take, or is he just focusing on go down?
At the moment, it's go down. Bolg's assumption is that this general, this is self-imposed exile. But he still has the heart of these people. He still has the respect afforded to him. So Bolg very much is assuming that this man is taking his current position very seriously, and he isn't trying to look for anything because Bolg doesn't think this man would leave markers. But he's thinking as he's climbing down specifically. He's thinking. He's sort of letting the climb sort of think out loud for him, sort of in a almost percussive manner, as if this man is an earth mage the way that we all are. Maybe he'll feel something.
As you are doing so, what is your spirit stat?
I believe it's 2.
I think it's 2 as well.
It sure is 2.
Yep. This is
I also have 2 vitality.
Yeah, this is not going to be a fast revelation if a revelation is to come, so we'll let Bolg sit on that for a little bit before we go back up to the top of the chasm, where Owain stands nobly watch.
As I'm nobly watching, is there a house nearby?
There
Perhaps I should go talk to some people,
There are a couple of huts. Like, again, they're a ways away. You'd have to, like, trot over to them. But they are in, like, feasible jogging distance.
Though at this point, I do have the cable tied around me. Right?
Yeah.
Owain doesn't know what that is for. That's some silly human thing, but that's okay.
I'm sure Jasper would have explained the idea before going down.
He doesn't trust it regardless.
That's fine.
I hardly trust those things, and I am not a major child. But anyways, I think he knows that he cannot take a step back at this point. He has to go down, so he's going to walk towards the edge. 4 pluses to will, by the way, but I just realized very definitely quite afraid of heights.
Yeah.
So as he takes a step forward, he immediately takes another step backwards and just sort of like falls on his butt and just sits down. And I don't think he's necessarily like terrified in panic or something, but he's thinking of like how to approach it, how would that even work? And he knows one thing: when things are not working out, like revert back into an animal state, like he has done a few times before, and activate Stone Skin. So he's just because he cannot be watching anyways, right? Like he is going to look down and going to fall.
So smart.
So may as well become blind. And he's going to activate Stone Skin. By the way, completely falling flat, lying on the ground. And I do have a perk which makes the Stone Skin turn into malleable clay.
Yep.
And can be shaped very well. I want to turn into a centipede sort of thing.
Ooh.
Or a millipede.
Trying to make yourself long, think long
Yeah.
thoughts. You are probably the world's squattest millipede, but a millipede nonetheless.
Yeah, and now that I'm not seeing what is ahead, Owain is just going to start going forward, and he sort of like falls over the edge, but continues climbing.
Now, in terms of climbing, this is going to be primarily Earth Shapers. Is this correct?
Yeah, that's gonna help a lot. To be fair, he does also have the Huaraches.
Yeah,
right?
Earth Shapers plus Huaraches combo is very, very nice for climbing. That said, time to do my bevy of physical stat checks. Might, Vigor, Reflex, Skill.
Give me a second. 2 pluses to each, except none to Reflex.
You're in good shape. Each of you are kind of good at climbing in a different way, to some degree, with Bolg being one extreme and Jasper being the other and Owain being somewhere in the middle. But as you are kind of like piecing your way down, not only do you see the incredibly convenient Bolg-shaped handholds, which makes life a hell of a lot easier, but on top of that, in your clay carapace, you would note the dampness much faster than everyone else. Because, of course, the clay starts to get, retains that moisture a little bit more. Mm-hmm. And so you would feel the mist kind of caking you as you're going down.
All right.
Not being able to look is great advantage for scared of heights.
Absolutely. And he has 4 pluses to will. So at this point, he knows what he's doing. He's just going to force the issue, just going forward, not stopping, not thinking. He is a centipede for all intents and purposes right now.
And as he is doing his best impression, which is very
nimble navigator, should we say.
Jumping back over to Jasper. He, at this point, has been climbing his way down. Do you have any actions he'd like to take as he's climbing, or is he just focused on descent?
Aside from just the occasional tremor sense as he's going down to try and get a sense of anything, if nothing else, where the next bowl-shaped hole is, as he's going down. And honestly, at this point, probably just to reassure himself that Bolg is still down there, since I'm not looking down.
And fortunately, Kathunk is very good for tremor sense. That can pick that out anywhere, yeah. Bolg is, gaining on you in terms of his rate of descent, but not by, a terrific amount. And Jasper...
He's not rushing.
Yeah. It's at this point that Jasper would also find the first of those, substantive ledges that Bolg passed by. He would notice there are no Bolg-shaped footprints on it, instead just kind of continuing down, past the ledge below. And it would also be at this point that he would see the condensation that's building on the back of his hands, on his face. His hair is going a little lank. It might feel like sweat at first because it is pretty frickin' hot in here, but it's absolutely the condensation coming off the mist.
Jasper just takes a moment on the ledge to kind of sniff it. Is it just water as far as he can tell?
Water.
Okay.
Water.
That's as much chemical analysis as I can do from this ledge. So back down we go.
Now, this is specifically an issue for Jasper because it would affect his hands a lot more than everyone else. The other two are going at it a little bit more with muscle, whereas he has to rely on his dexterity. Now, with 4 pluses to skill, a little bit of water isn't going to screw him, right? But it does marginally slow his pace and lead to a couple of near misses and little heart attack moments as he slips here or there. He would also feel that the steel cable that connects him and Owain tenses and then relaxes and then tenses and relaxes at various points, but over time it's starting to get a little more slack as Owain is catching him up.
Okay. One thing that Jasper will try and do to counteract this is with his earth shapers kind of try to form them into crampon-like gloves.
Yep.
And whenever they start to get too wet, reshape them.
Oh, that's
to
an
try and
awesome
get the moisture
idea.
off them.
That is such a good idea. Yeah, and that's going to do quite a good bit. And that plus the little ice axe that he has to like hack in when he needs it.
Yeah.
It's a good set of tools. As the three are descending, we're going to pass a little bit of time because I'll tell you right now, there's going to be some time taken.
3 weeks later. No,
we're gonna
Oh,
first jump.
I'd like to amend one thing,
Yeah, please.
which is that especially as I notice the moisture, I would like to and Bolg knows that Bolg can just sort of and Bolg knows Owain is tough, but Owain has small hands, and Jasper's a human. So as Bolg is moving, he would like to, every now and then, using his horns, carve a section of the earth to give a vertical crack.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So that, especially since he's leading, it gives a little bit more space for people to maneuver.
So I will start about half an hour into the future, where this is the point at which Owain and Jasper would be at like neck and neck level. Owain having made little progress by little to catch up with him, and the two of them would connoiter on another shelf that Bolg has bypassed. At this point, to give you a bit of a status update, all that Jasper would see of Owain is the weird clay shell that he is currently wearing, which at this point is kind of starting to flake off, given that it's been a little bit of time. Normally, obviously, Stone Skid would have a much shorter duration than this, but given that you are doing nothing but climbing, it's not going to be quite as pressured. The other thing...
I would no. I would point out one thing though. It is activated by tensing up your muscles. You bet that his muscles are completely tense up.
That is an excellent point. The other thing of note too, and obviously Owain wouldn't be able to see Jasper at all, but would know that he's here from the cracking and scuffling noises. The other thing of note is that Owain is feeling it. It's a lot of climbing. He's feeling it. Jasper is definitely a good deal more tired. It's a lot on the legs. It's a lot on the arms. And while his hands are good and his form has been great, it's just a lot of climbing.
And I would point out one thing: Owain does have training weights done, so
Oh, wow.
that is making it a lot worse. And
that is way worse.
Yeah. And to counteract that, which is like even less safe, as he feels the weight of the training weights, I think he's just like becoming like descending quicker and quicker, while paying less attention to actual like climbing technique. Right? He's just like letting himself be dragged by the weight.
Yeah, like the furrows in the wall, like.
Yeah.
That actually sounds like a perfect place for the two of them to meet up, as Jasper is like on a ledge, maybe like stretching his hands or something, and Owain just kind of like slides into view and plops down next to him or something like that. Any words they would want to exchange as they come neck and neck?
Not from Owain, that's for certain. He has a job, and that is to be a centipede and go down. So. he somewhat pays attention to his surroundings. He trusts that Jasper is somewhere around and that he is safe, but it's more of a trust thing than like actually knowing properly where his teammates are at this point.
Yep.
Yeah. Jasper would like to say that he's not sure how long he can keep this up, but he doesn't know where the ears are on a centipede. No, he'll say it out loud anyway. We don't find somewhere more stable to rest. I don't know how much longer we can keep this up. Or I can. Bolg seems to be doing fine.
And probably you said that my stone skin is... Probably you said that my stone skin at this point is wearing off anyways, right?
Slowly but surely.
Slowly but surely. I guess in that case, Owain, who was, by the way, you see this like piece of clay just like going towards the edge, getting ready to just like continue falling down, and then like suddenly he stops, perks up, and it looks a bit like a weasel standing up now. Right?
Right.
Have you tried doing this?
That is not a talent I have.
Something similar then? Like make yourself flat?
Make my stone skin. Yeah.
You could, become stone, and I could shape you.
That sounds horrifying. Uh, yeah.
I think as Owain is having this break, he finally starts to realize the weight of the training weights as well. And though he was before quite ready to just like keep climbing down, now he's very hesitant to start doing that again, as he's having a solid break on this ledge. Stone Skin is still active though, and he's very glad that he doesn't see anything.
Quite. While the two are considering jumping back to Bolg, Bolg is Bolg, and Bolg is climbing. And Bolg has climbed a long frickin' way at this point. However, no bottom in sight, and no softening to the slope. He is not nearly at the point where he is into yellow stamina, but he is at the point where he's starting to, breathe. Like, he's maybe breathing a little bit, maybe heart rate a little bit up. He's feeling it. He could keep doing this, I'm not going to say all day, but for a chunk of the day for sure, if he had to. But at the same time, progress is... There is no seeming improvement in progress and rate of descent.
This is fine. Bolg wasn't trying to get to bottom. Bolg was trying to get to down.
Yes.
Bolg at this point, Bolg is going to doff his armor, doff his full plate, and he's going to sort of and use a light geomorph to effectively just like push the side of this chasm next to him just back into itself so that he has a perfect little place to sit.
Easily done. And as he is sitting down, he's been like facing the rock wall for, upwards of half an hour at this point. And now he's just looking out into the mist that kind of roils and billows out around him in beautiful dancing shapes like the smoke of a pipe.
Hey, that's very serendipitous, because Bolg's gonna pull out his pipe.
Indeed.
He's gonna light it. And take a little moment of rest, and then he's gonna look up. Hey, you two okay?
As he is looking up, however, he would see something not far from him on the shelf, like on the closest shelf. He would see that there is a tree branch sticking, like a small sapling that has managed to eke out a living on the side of a cliff. This is the first growing thing he has seen.
Owain likes growing things. Owain! Alright.
Yes!
Alright.
I'm okay! Says Owain, genuinely feeling okay now that he doesn't have to climb.
Now, Bolg's giant voice can bellow its way all the way up the side. Owain's much smaller voice does not reach Bolg's baseline-ass sensory.
Owain does have 1+ to vitality, if that helps.
Doesn't have enough. So,
and this...
Bolg can't hear you! Throw a rock if you're okay!
Well, Owain grabs a rock. I assume there's going to be a rock. That doesn't need to be a luck page.
If there's one thing around here, it's a random freaking rocks.
And I activate, by the way, my goggles. Oh no, that means he has to go over the edge.
Yes.
That means you have to see it.
Okay, at this point, he shuts off the stone skin for sure. Though if it's possible, I wanted to linger around for a little bit as a part of my perk, as I do have a plan with it.
Yep. It would slough off of you.
he's going to go towards the edge and immediately going to get a heart attack upon seeing the chasm. When they are not even close to the bottom yet.
Do you want
I
to
think
give do you want to give Jasper the rock to throw?
No. He's holding on to the rock.
Yeah.
I think he is like his grip is too tense to even let go of it. As he's seeing the endless chasm, he is considering looking up to see if he's going to see the top of the chasm, but I think he cannot even bring himself to look away from the edge. Just takes a very subtle step backwards. But I think at this point, maybe the training weights would be sort of reassuring him.
Yeah.
As they are heavy, they are anchoring him.
Yeah,
in
he's
place.
not going to fall off when the training weights.
So he feels a bit safer, and he's going to grab the rock, put on the goggles, try to see it through the mist as well as possible. Do I actually spot Bolg?
Peering way the heck down. Now, Owain has pretty good sensory from what I recall, but given his badgerness, his eyes are worse proportionately than a human's.
Yeah.
And so peering down through the mist, you can't see anything. You can see
But with
Bolgish handholds, but even those get cut off by banks and shelves of rock.
With due pluses to sensory, though, I would be able to tell approximate location of Bolg, right?
It's an echoey canyon. He's down. That's all you know.
Well, here we go. Bolg said, "Throw a rock if you're fine." That's why I have the shed stone skin for.
Oh my god, it's just a little molt's badger skin. Yeah.
I'm definitely going to throw that down into the canyon, though I could use a bit of time to think, because maybe I'm going to turn this into something a bit bigger.
Sure. While Owain is having a very hard time, Jasper, actions that you would like to take. You've obviously heard Bolg's voice as well.
Right. And I'll do the same, peer over the side of the canyon to see if I can see anything, basically.
What's your sensory?
1.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And once again, the shelves and edges of the stone cut off the Bolg's descent. Even though normally your goggles will be able to pierce through that, they're already working to get through mist, so there's only so much they can pierce. So you'd get maybe about as far as Owain in terms of how far down you could see. Suffice to say, Bolg is like at least a quarter mile away from you.
Gotcha. And just looking across, since I don't have the fear of heights, no sign of a far side, no sign of anything besides the rock face we're on. Correct?
Peering around, Jasper would see something, actually. It's not out, it's not down, sure as hell not the bottom. Yeah. But he would also see little bits of plant life. They're a ways down from where he is, closer to, where Bolg probably is. But he would see little saplings reaching out and little bits of creeper that are like creeping their way along. It's small and it's scant, but it does seem to get a little more populated on like the very peripheries of your vision through the mist.
And compared to the path that I have been climbing down, where exactly are these bits of greenery? If I keep going straight down from here, do I encounter them?
They're spread like a band. So you would, at some point, you would encounter them. But if you wanted to get to like the closest of the close, you'd have to shunt over a little bit, and you would not be able to use Bolg's handholds.
Right. I guess it was more, from as much as I can tell from here, is it almost like a path of greenery, as though something is enabling growth in a particular area?
More like
it's kind of scattered.
More like a striation, where the uppermost point, there's only going to be one every once in a great while, and then as it goes down, it gets a little denser and denser. But it does seem to be like a band that goes along the length of the canyon.
Interesting. Botany's not his field, otherwise he'd be very interested. But
indeed,
I will nudge Owain.
Would Owain jump at being nudged?
Owain is completely not able to move.
Yeah.
I think if anything, he just is completely flat, and he just sort of flips over just a little bit until he rears back.
Have you guys seen polar bears crossing ice on their bellies? That's kind of what I'm thinking about. Yeah, so he doesn't verbally respond to Jasper, but he would like move a bit.
Yeah, no.
I maybe get a
I think there's like that instinctive sort of like animal trying to appear bigger stance on Owain. You know, like lifting shoulders, heads like a bit like in the air.
Oh yeah. What would Jasper say?
Oh yeah. Owain, I'm seeing little bits of greenery, creeper and tiny saplings. Plants are kind of your thing, aren't they?
Perhaps, maybe not exactly the kind that would grow here, but I could work with it.
Well, I give my best description of roughly where they're at.
Yep. There'd be
Good, because Owain doesn't look his snout is positioned straight ahead.
yeah. I'd say that 100 Bolgs down, give or take.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. I could perhaps work with that. Yes. You said that the earth here at this point, the dirt is sort of clay-like and sort of waterlogged, right?
Yeah, it's very packed at this point.
Okay. Well, Bolg said I should throw a rock down, and Jasper said I should do something about plants, so may as well do both at the same time. As I grab this shit centipede skin, sort of like force it to stand upwards, like rearing back for a little bit. Owain is going to grab his sword, stab it into the centipede, like force it to slam into the wall, and then going to use his kite shield with the additional knockback to slam on it and force it with the sword embedded into it down the slope, just burrowing down.
Yep.
And that centipede with this sword stuck through it and the additional knockback, like going against the slope, is also going to be an activation of Tremor Sense.
Oof! Wow. And as the Tremor Sense echoes out, the bits of centipede or of your shell, your clay shell, are breaking apart and are going clattering down the side of the cliff. I'm guessing your sword is not going with them. However,
I was actually, I think it would.
okay, nice, full commit, excellent. With the Tremor Sense going off, what are you trying to do out of it?
Interest number 1, see if we are anywhere close to the bottom and if there's anything there at all. And goal number 2 would be try to attune myself to the flowers, which are, near the wall.
Yep, absolutely. As Owain does so, is the loss of the sword, is that something he is like intending to do, or is this like a oops sort of situation where he's not really paying attention?
Kinda intending it, because to him he briefly, to force himself to even do this is a lot easier for him to then actually climbing. He's like actually imagining this to be a monster that he's killing and like throwing down the chasm very dramatically. Only then he realizes, the sword.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Now, Bolg, who's been waiting for a response before I give Owain his Tremor Sense info, would wait a couple, like a minute, 2, 3, 4 pass. Then
Bolg is sitting there just like, maybe they died.
And then he would hear a distant clattering, and then more clattering, and then like a shower of clay would go spraying past, like not too far away, with some of the closer bits like bopping off of his toes as they're passing by. And he would also hear a scraping as a beautiful sword goes spinning away into the mist.
No, circling stone. My circling stones are a belt of bolas. I launch a linked bola at the handle of that sword.
What is your skill stat?
And try to pin it to the wall near me.
What is your skill stat?
It's normal, but it's a circling stone, so I have a lot more control. So if I miss, I can don't.
Yep. And the first one, complete miss. Spinning it around, however, in midair and pulling it back, it would manage to loop around the sword and poof, embed in the wall, probably about 50 yards below you.
Don't drop your sword.
I think after Owain hears that, he would, top of his legs, actually screaming like a scream. That was intentional! Which it very much was not.
Sorry!
Bolg caught it. You want Bolg to throw it back down?
Throw a
Bolg,
rock if you want me to throw it back down.
Yeah, that's actually exactly what he's going to say because he realized. Well, no. Owain was actually yelling that time.
Well, more notably,
Well, you-
Bolg would not be able to hear Owain's called response, so there would be no sorry. He'd just say, "Don't drop your sword." Owain yells, "That's intentional," and Bolg just hears nothing.
Yeah.
No, my sword, which was part of this tremor sense, is being forced back into the chasm wall. I
Yes,
think
it
this
is.
should be sort of like a second activation.
Yeah,
of
it's
tremor sense.
kind of like
if possible.
a remote anchor point that you can be.
Mm.
That's actually really cool. Now, Bolg, are you going to stay in your little sit crevice, or are you going to keep moving?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait a little. I'm waiting. Now that I have confirmation that they're okay, I'm gonna just keep talking at them.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, Bolg does not know that Jasper has relayed the same information that I
Indeed.
just witnessed.
So what will
To
Bolg
which
say?
Bolg is gonna yell, "Owain! Bolg sees plants.
I
Bolg
know!
remembers that you like plants. Maybe you should come check out the plants."
And I think Owain for the first time actually like unfreezes, takes several steps away from the ledge, and just like just sits down. Now the frustration has overcome his fear.
Now,
Throw a rock if you heard Bolg.
He grabs a rock and just starts getting chucked into the cat.
Bolg would hear much quicker this time, after like 10 seconds, like a clatter, and then one star just going bink-a-dink-a-dink, like right past where he is.
Go.
Now, as Bolg is saying this, however, there would be one other thing he would see, as he's like craning over and looking up and yelling.
No.
He sees a little shaft of golden light peek through the mist.
Okay. Bolg is it just in the mist? Does it look like it's on the wall?
It looks like there's something deep embedded in the mist that is glowing very brightly, or maybe is glowing quite dimly, but is much closer, and only a little bit of its light has escaped the mist to your vision.
All right. Bolg is going to try something.
Yep.
Bolg sees this and remembers that these things are a problem, maybe.
Mm.
No one knows. They could be good. They could be bad. They could be hungry. Bolg doesn't know. However, Bolg does know that yelling is probably not the right idea right now. The Bolg is going to, with his elbow, stab the wall behind him and do a guttural, very animalistic growl. And instead of trying to use Tremor Sense to sense, I would like to use Tremor Sense to broadcast a feeling up to my other fellow Earth mages. The feeling being, on edge, defend,
Paired action.
from like an animalistic kind of way.
Yeah.
And as Bolg is doing that, he's leaning into his little seat. His left hand is going to be in the process of pulling this sort of jade spiral earring off of his left ear.
And as Bolg growls in that deep guttural tone, we're going to jump back up above. Jasper, any actions you would like to take before I give Owain some Tremor Sense information?
No, I want to hear what Owain found out.
Totally. And Owain, after frustrated rock, the Tremor Sense that you ping out picks out a couple of things that are of great interest. One, given that your cool sword maneuver, I'm going to let you do like kind of a remote activation to broadcast the range further down. You know exactly where Bolg is now. You can see that he's in like a little nook, like an alcove in the rock that he seems to have made. But more notably, the very edge of your Tremor Sense picks out that the incline of the wall starts to soften ever so slightly.
Oh my god.
The other thing that it would pick out is the vast amount of plant life. it seems as though the bit that Jasper saw and that Bolg communicated is like the tip of the iceberg, because once it starts to get to that like gentler slope, the plants go bananas. There's a lot of them, and it's almost jungle-like down there. But the last thing you would pick out towards the tail end of your tremor sense is a deep, guttural, Bolg-sourced growl. And this is the sort of growl that Owain, as a fellow like critter, would be very familiar with. Nervous, careful, caution, fear, stay away. He would pick out that deep growl emanating out of the earth.
Owain knows that there's bigger problems down in the slope itself, so we are going to rush going down the slope very quickly. How far away is this fort from me?
It is it's a little below Bolg, so it would be from your vantage point, like 105 Bolgs down, roughly. It's a good unit of measurement. Bolg is the Rhode Island of Enclave characters.
All right, that is not that horrible. I mean, it kind of is, but it could be worse.
Indeed. Will you be saying anything to Jasper?
No. Owain is completely snapped out of his fear and frustration now, and he has one of those things where he comes up with a plan. That plan needs to be executed quickly, and he will have no questioning in his mind. 0 plus is to luck pitch, but I think this one is a reasonable one. Is there a water dripping down from a stalagmite? Or stalactite? I don't know which one is which.
The stalactite is the one pointing down from.
Yeah.
And so,
okay.
No, because the walls are very sheer.
Is there a water dripping down from a crevice at all?
I will give you like a little rivulet. There are a couple little rivulets in the grooves of the stone.
Okay. I grab my circling stones, which Owain actually has 2 different circling stones items now. The first one is little ceramics like vases, pots, and such. The other one is porcelain statuettes. But yeah, he's going to grab like a ceramic pot, fill that with water, and focus on the circling stone, and toss it down towards where the sword is. I imagine Owain would have a perfect idea of where the sword is, right? Yep. With the intent of breaking the pot full of water against the sword, right? Just cut it clean in half. And as that water goes rushing down, that is an activation of Geomorph. And I would like to target both the soil and the plants underneath to create like a very gentle slope, which is overgrown and teeming with water.
That's cool. I really like that paired action. That's awesome. Okay. As Owain is filling his little vase of water, looking sure of himself to some degree. Jasper, actions you would like to take. You have also picked out, while Owain hasn't shared anything, you would have picked out the grumble in the earth that comes through your feet and would make you feel uneasy. Though, I don't know if you have a spirit stat. Do you have a spirit stat?
I do not.
Yeah, so in that case, you would feel uneasy, and it would sound kind of like Bolg, but you have no idea what else it would be communicating.
Yeah, Jasper's first impulse is to start climbing back down on the assumption that Bolg is in some sort of danger. Unfortunately, I'm strapped to a badger, and he seems to be involved in something right now. So I'm just going to wait to see
if you want to get ahead. If you want to get a head start on him,
that's probably not a bad idea. I'm committing him to following. I hope.
If I may, Owain would actually say, "Go ahead. It's just 100 blocks down, and then it's fine."
Ah, good. That's our universal unit of measure. I'm loving this. Okay.
Yeah.
And if
950 feet.
If something, I think Owain wouldn't say like just 100 blocks and then it's fine. He would say like then it's safe, right? Something like that, as he's made a gentler slope of vegetation.
And as Jasper is climbing, Owain, it would take a little while for him to fill up his vase, but then Owain would pitch the vase down. It would go hurtling past Jasper, not in any danger of hitting him, of course.
Right.
But after thing goes whipping past Jasper, would Owain follow Jasper down?
Question: is Bolg like pretty much just underneath us, or is he more like?
He's like underneath you and ever so slightly off to the side, but not by a lot.
If I jump down and activate Wings of Mercy, as Bolg is obviously in danger, would I be able? Would I be able to break the fall? And can I grab the sword along the way as well?
The sword is below Bolg.
Yeah, can I just sort of like fly past him, grab the sword, and turn around and swoop back?
I will need
Do like a J.
I will need quite the paired action for this. First, the bigger one is Owain jumping off a cliff. That's a defiance right there for sure. But second of all, this is an unusual Wings of Mercy because Owain is inferring Bolg is in danger, and for good reason, but I think I'd want more paired action on top of that to make them go off. Initially, you'll have to think about what will happen as soon as it becomes apparent that Bolg is not, in fact, in danger.
Well, we'll see about that. But I think all of
Indeed.
which is happening is very sudden and very quick for Owain. He is definitely somewhat fearful of heights, but he has something else to be afraid of because he knows that Bolg is not afraid of heights seemingly, and there's something that is probably worse. And that actually reassures Owain because that is something he can probably do to an extent. So he has a task now, a task which makes more sense to him. He's going to reach with his hand into the ground, activating Earth Shapers. Just one Earth Shaper.
Yep.
And he wants to turn his hand into like a large extended claw, like you would see on some of the more tropical species of bears. Somewhat like a hooked claw.
Yep.
Which he would be able to use for climbing. And then, with that claw, his intent is like after he jumps down and activates the Wings of Mercy as he's falling down, get that claw embedded in the ground, use that to break the fall and hook onto something that would help him sort of like swoop back up.
Okay.
Right? Sort of like a jump forward.
Jasper, you have
Extremely
a
relevant question before he
please.
jumps off. Exactly how much cable is between me and Owain, and at what point do I get pulled off the wall?
That's an excellent question,
Not
and I was
950 feet.
about to answer that question, but before anything else, though,
Can I say that Owain remembers the cable is there?
I'm going to go with no.
Okay.
You were being very single-minded as him just now.
Oh,
Yeah, no.
Now, Jasper, on the other hand, would remember that
Yeah.
the cable is there. And more substantially, he would also both hear and see Owain jumping off of the edge. He hasn't gone down terribly far. The cable does have some length to it. You have probably 30 yards or something like that. But certainly not 100 Bolgs worth of cable.
Yeah.
So actions Jasper would like to take both as he is climbing down, but more notably, once he sees Owain jump.
The moment I see Owain jump, I grab my prima materia, turn it into something very sharp, and sever the cable.
Yeah. And as you're doing so this is like one hand up being like shit, and like just trying to cut it as quick as possible. Owain would plummet past you, and in so doing, like the cable would go like whizzing past, and you hear like the zzz, like a fishing line as it's reeling out. You'd cut it short, but it would like give you a nasty jerk on the way down because obviously trying to cut cable that's whizzing past you is not the easiest thing to do. So Jasper would be like dangling for the moment, and his prima materia would be ripped out of his hand and go flying out.
Fair. I never liked it anyway. I'll get another one.
As Jasper's dangling, however, he would see something else. He is facing away from the cliff face after all. And he would see gold through the mist.
Dangling off the cliff face, being taken away by a golden thing doesn't sound so bad.
And Owain scream as he's jumping down face first, by the way, like, there's a safe ledge underneath!
I think he might get out of safe, and that's about it.
Jasper will think it's an obscure baseball reference, but that's fine.
Actions from Jasper. Do you need a moment?
No, I mean, step one, regardless of golden thing, is regain a stable hand or foothold on the thing.
Yeah. Little scrabbling, you have it.
Yeah. After that, I'm just going to continue with my climb down plan. If the golden thing comes after me, I'll worry about it then.
Now, speaking of worrying about it, Jasper has what will stat again?
What?
1, thank you, yeah. How will he not be looking over his shoulder constantly? Or do you not mind him doing that? It wouldn't slow you down tremendously much, but I think it would be rather hard to have your back to that.
Yeah. No, again, very experienced rock climber. Looking around while doing it as a geologist was sort of the point.
Indeed.
So, yeah, this is not unusual territory for
Embrace the rubberneck, indeed.
Yeah.
And as Jasper is descending, about 30 seconds in, he would see it for the first time.
Sweet.
It's just
What do we got?
a glimpse through the mist. Imagine one of the like a biblically accurate angel, but it looks like a set of 4 hands that have been symmetrically mirrored on each other. And from the middle of all of the hands blooms a single closed eye. It gently kind of wafts through the mist with its fingers gently twisting. But the eye is closed, and it's not like bearing down on him. It's just kind of looming there.
Jasper speaks to it. Can you understand me?
And as he says this, the great eye flicks open.
Yeah.
And you can see that it has 4 irises and 4 pupils that are all mirrored together. And it doesn't open like that. Rather, it blooms fourfold to open. And as he hangs there, kind of looking towards it, he can see that the great thing kind of swoops gently towards him, moving in a completely uncanny, unnatural way. And one of its massive fingers kind of holds out close enough that he could touch it. And he can see that there's something beating on the tip.
Jasper lets it approach.
It's massive. We're talking like half the size of a passenger airliner massive.
Okay.
But it moves in gently, and it doesn't disturb the wind as it comes close. Its terrifying 4-fold eyes staring down at him. Jasper cannot look away, even if he wants to at this point. The great beating finger reaches out and gently, ever so gently, touches the top of Jasper's forehead.
Okay.
And he feels relief. And it's gone. As though it never had existed. He feels himself there, hanging from the cliff, sweating, but feeling great. He's in green stamina again, completely topped off, and he feels as though he hasn't used a single ability.
I could do this all day.
And while a little bit antsy, and maybe a little bit jittery, and a little bit shaky, would he like to continue to descend?
Just a muttered, thank you to the chasm in general. And yes, he then proceeds.
And as he hustles down, swinging back to Bolg. Bolg, after sending out his warning, does he have immediate follow-ups, or would he wait? I'm guessing he isn't going to be yelling for them to throw a rock if they understood the message.
He's still tremor sensing. Would he feel the, like now that he's broadcasted, does he feel the...
Given the unusual nature of his tremor sense, I would say that while it is a broadcast, it's not going to give him nearly as much information.
This is fine. Bolg is going to assume, from everything he's observed about Owain, especially with his previous conversation with Owain, that Owain is going to come. He doesn't know shit about Jasper.
Yeah, exactly.
However, because he knows Owain is coming, he's going to focus down on his circling stones that are still attached to the hilt of Owain's sword.
Mhm.
And try and send them back, pull the sword out towards him.
The power of the circling stones would have subsided to a degree that he would have to actually use a geomorph to move them.
That's fine. I will use a small geomorph to just.
And as it starts to kind of come pulling up slowly through the air towards you, Bolg would loosely hear a distant voice very high up. Can't tell what it's saying. And then Owain would plummet past him.
Oh. Any chance he'd go straight to his sword that's coming up in the air?
And he is, in fact, going
baseline
straight
luck
to
pitch.
his sword that is going up in the air. In fact, you didn't even need the pitch. That was Owain's intent in the first place. Owain, as you plummet past, having screamed the words, "Safe!" You have no idea that you're passing Bolg, but you see that your sword is hovering up towards you, as though, like, coming to your call.
Yeah, that actually ruins his plans a little bit. That's okay. He grabs the sword with the large curved claw on his hand and sort of would try to grab the sword, I'm assuming by the blade, and sort of like have it stop at the guard. That would probably be the easiest.
Yep.
And would try to sort of swing around the sword with the curved claw. The sword has great spraying capacity, right? So Owain is in this case spraying himself. I hope that helps.
That's such a clever idea. That's if it were like properly, fully embedded in the wall, still having not just been popped out, I might give you something like that. But as such, you're still going to be going down. Like there's too much momentum.
Yeah. Fuck. Well, I have a sword now.
Yes, you do, and also Bolg would be able to see
Sorry.
that Owain has acquired his sword.
Cool.
Can
Can I continue my geomorph to the other side of the wall?
He is going too fast and is too heavy for your dinky little bolas to pull him properly.
This is fine. I'll sort of. Bye.
Oh!
Owain,
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
thoughts on that Wings of Mercy play?
No, I'm going to absolutely activate them. And to help myself a little bit, I do have the shield from Tane. What is it? Kite shield.
Mm-hmm.
So that should let me get some extra knockback on my attacks. So as Owain is falling, I think this is not really planned. This is a complete random action that he's taking. Going to activate his circling stones, fire one stone very close to him against a wall, and I want to use the power of my kite shield to have the knockback sort of slow me down and bounce me away as I transition into the Wings of Mercy and fly towards Bolg.
That's such an interesting idea.
If one isn't enough, I'm going to be expending as many circling stones as it takes. I don't fall to my death.
I'm okay with 3.
Okay.
And then the wings finally have enough purchase to start turning you around and bringing you back up. And so Bolg would see Owain vanish into the mist, and then he'd see a gentle light as Owain, maybe 20 seconds later, comes flapping up and out. Maybe expending a better effort to do so. It's not the most dignified angelic flight in the world, but it is an angelic flight nonetheless.
I would also know those wings are themed around. He got it from interacting with a hummingbird, so they would be hummingbird.
Oh, even better. So that would maybe look a little more dignified, not just like some big doofy bird wing flapping to get you up in the air. And Bolg, perhaps a bit befuddled. Actions you would like to take?
I'm gonna take out my axe. I'm gonna hold out the half to him.
I think Owain he wouldn't have his eyes closed exactly, but he's just looking up, intently up, and he is focusing on his stare up to be the thing that's actually bringing him upwards, right?
Yep.
And the moment he sees the axe, he's just going to
and
hold on to it.
As he does so, Bolg would see something else. Gold in the mist behind Owain, following him.
I also feel the weight of Owain's training weights, which
and-
Bolg was not expecting.
And
And will
Owain's
immediately
body.
brace with his other hand.
There we go. You can
like,
pull him up.
Oh, eating good food.
Yeah. And after
And we'll
hoisting
deposit
Owain up,
him. Yeah, I will. You know what? Just because of where I am like sitting. Just gonna put Owain on my lap.
yeah. And
like,
as Owain
right.
is lappied, his wings would vanish immediately.
Mm.
But also, now that he is facing out, he would also see the gold blooming from the mist, getting larger and larger.
What were we told by the Enclave again? Just to be careful around these things, right? Nothing specific.
There's rumors of them blessing people. There's rumors of them killing people. They seem to come and go like mirages. Many people don't even believe they exist.
Owain is definitely not. Oh. Do I feel any sort of affinity with it? Given that I do have this Shroud of Zorn, right? Is there some sort of a connection?
As spirit stat, is it 3?
Maybe 2. Let me check. Yeah, 2 pluses.
2 pluses, okay. Instead, as you're looking, especially with Zorn in your mind, you feel the opposite. You feel terror looking at it.
Well, we are going to do exactly what Owain played in that planned in that case. Going to look to Bolg and very quickly just say, "There's a sail fletch, Andre. If I made a sail fletch, it's about 50 Bolgs down. Sail fletch."
Okay. This.
Owain is just looking sort of like, "Why are you not jumping right now?"
I was like, Bolg's looking at him and sort of points at the gold. Should we bury it, or should we try to?
Do I think it wants to kill me? I'm assuming it just wants to kill me horribly.
No idea. The 2 pluses, the spirit isn't quite giving that. However, Bolg
Is
has
that
2
a
pluses
valid
as well?
assumption? Oh, sorry.
Oh, pardon me. Yeah, I was
Bolg
just
has
going to
2
also
pluses.
add, as Bolg is looking at the golden light, that sense he threw out in his tremor sense, the pulse that he gave, that's in his stomach as he's looking at it. There is a deep, uncanny nervousness when he looks at it.
But I am also seeing manifold hands, quadruple pupil-y.
Oh no, you guys are seeing a different one.
Oh, tell me what we're looking at. That's really relevant.
You only see the vaguest shape, but you do still see 4-fold symmetry. It looks though like it has strange appendages that kind of loop and wrap around it like arms. Again, in 4-fold symmetry, moving and shifting like if you were to spin an astrolabe.
No, time to go. Bolg is going to grab away. And he is going to sort of, actually, no, he's not gonna grab away. He's gonna say, "Hold on to Bolg," and he's gonna put his arms flat against the canyon wall next to him. He's gonna lean back into his little seat, and he is going to launch himself up at an angle.
Yep. Owain, will you in fact hold on to Bolg?
I think Owain is a bit too shocked to do that immediately, but once Bolg goes flying, hopefully, yes.
Yep.
Up to you to decide if I have the reaction time.
I will say yes because you're in his lap.
Okay.
If you were like on his back or something, nah. But you're kind of going along for the ride, at least part of it, regardless of what you want. As you guys fly out, you would see the great golden thing blooms into view. And there you would see it. 4-fold cupped hands. Eyes emitting from the cracks in between with 4-fold symmetrical pupils. There's whirling like bands of silk that around it almost for a second. But then you realize it is in fact great beautiful fronds that almost look more like the bits of a fern than anything else. But again, golden fourfold whirling about it. And as soon as you leap out, you can see that it flares its body like a peacock, the hands opening up in full, the fronds lashing out, and it like lunges at you, almost like a cuttlefish. You know when cuttlefish like explode out their front tentacles to grab something? Very much like that.
So like, is it moving at an intercept, or is this going?
Oh,
from where
it is for sure going to be able to intercept you because you pushed yourself out. And so it's like rushing to meet you and again explodes out to try to like send out great tendrils of gold towards you.
Don't like that. Don't
I have an action for
like
me.
that.
Yeah. Tomáš, what do you got?
Bolg has thrown himself upwards. Is that true?
More out
Yes.
than up, but both.
I think it's very fair to say that Owain's muscles are very tense.
Yes, I would agree.
Activating Stone Skin, and I want to energy work that Stone Skin based on the fact like how nervous he is, how trembling he is, the terror he's seeing. Just become the heaviest piece of rock ever and make both of us just and, completely fucking up the intended trajectory.
Just plummet. That's so
Yes.
funny.
It's when you mistime your Mario jump, and instead of you go,
Bolg, actions you would like to take before you have no choice in the matter.
well, Bolg is in the process of reaching down for his aspergillum. However, all of a sudden his weight takes him.
Yep. And in kind of a Looney Tunes-ish fashion, Bolg is pulled down by Owain.
Bolg looks to the camera and just oh, nuts.
Yeah, down he goes.
The Wile E. Coyote sign comes up.
Yeah, help. And
Help.
as they plummet with Owain like death clinging on to him, neither of you are looking at the great golden thing, and perhaps that is for the better. Bolg, you see the sloped vegetation covered earth rushing up to meet you up out of the mist.
Cool. Left hand. He's gonna pull. Actually, no, I had it out because it was in my right hand, so the left hand would have been going for the aspergillum. Because I used my right hand to
Yep,
reach
to get him.
my rock maul over to Owain. I'm gonna embed that in the wall.
Unfortunately, you are too far away from the wall. You jumped out, and then Owain pulled you down, and as such, you're coming to meet shallow slope.
It didn't. I don't have any more forward momentum. It was just.
It's kind of like, so you're going out, and then you're going down, but you're going kind of like a sheer angle like this, so you're kind of coming to intersect it at that sort of angle.
Wait, hold on. Owain is stone skin. Geomorph.
No!
As I would like to just like feel Owain on me, I'd like to breathe in and tuck and use that to plaster me in between, like sandwich me in between the wall of the chasm with him, using that to and embed my axe.
Yeah. And as you go sliding down, the earth underneath you is soft and slick and absorbs your impact pretty nicely, to be perfectly honest. Bolg's had some bad falls in his time in the Enclave. This isn't even top 100 bad falls.
No.
Yeah.
No, not at all. His worst fall was over 100 miles, and he
It did.
didn't even hit the ground.
And as he is...
He did this.
Yeah, as he is grinding downwards with the axe embedded in the wall and Owain pulling him down inevitably, he sees up above that the gold has retreated, as you have outpaced the great creature.
Cool.
Retreated
Bolg
as in
is
sort
going
of
to
like...
yell very loudly.
Owain would not be able to tell.
I don't have eyes anyways.
Yeah.
I'm a stone.
Bolg is going to yell very loudly up, above. Jasper, leap!
And jumping back over to Jasper, a little ways back in time, after having himself revitalized, is he just redoubling climbing? Because that would be my impression.
That was the intention.
He'd be moving at speed. He'd be moving like a monkey. He's feeling great. All of like the aches and cramps in his hands are gone. He's feeling fantastic.
I've totally got this. Yeah.
And as he's climbed down, probably another 20 or 30 bolgs from where the incident happened, when he would hear echoing up from out of the depths below, the distant yell of Bolg's faraway voice, "Jasper, leap!"
Yeah. Jasper's like, I don't know, they're all the way down there. How do they know it's safe for me to jump?
You were informed that I made a safe ledge, though.
No, you weren't. He yelled safe. That's all. Like,
yeah.
Well, it's
next time we do this, one of us needs to take an earpiece. Anyway, but, yeah, I'm going to stick with climbing for right now until I see a reason that might make me want to jump off this wall.
Indeed. And fortunately, Jasper is able to climb at great speed. He soon comes past the divot in the wall where Bolg was hanging out, and then comes to the place where there's vegetation. And it's at this point that he would see the gentle sloping and feel the earth get softer. Softer to the point where handholds don't really hand or hold anymore.
Gotcha. Is the vegetation itself sturdy enough to be used for climbing?
More like sturdy enough to kind of break a fall as you butt slide.
Okay. Then I'm still not going to leap, but I am fine with trying to slide.
Yeah.
And see how this goes.
And with the between your pick that you have and your earth shaper and the vegetation around, you can actually descend at a pretty reasonable rate. Though, admittedly, that's going to be a very uncomfortable pair of pants for like the entire rest of the day.
Probably. I don't know. I feel certain I can use my earth shapers to get some kind of a toboggan like thing under me.
Oh yeah, you can absolutely do that. That would work fine, and that would definitely make it a good deal more
I will
comfortable.
save my pants.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the other two, as Bolg is descending, the axe at some point doesn't have enough earth to purchase on because it's getting so soft. Instead, it just kind of becomes a barrel downhill.
Am I not able to find any purchase with my Horachas?
The Horachas kind of work, but instead of giving you purchase, they just kind of like clod up earth and help you kind of steer. Because things down here have become so loose and so slick that it is kind of like, what's a good example? It would be kind of like trying to find purchase in a foam pit.
Perfect. Luckily, this foam can be collected by the things on my hands.
Indeed.
I would like to, quickly as I'm like, shit, fuck, sort of restone, hook the axe back onto, back on its little loop, and take my hands as Owain is still on me somewhere.
Yes, he's still clinging to your midsection.
I think
Cool.
Owain is clinging so much that with his malleable clapper, he's becoming very much like a curse.
It's like an impression Bolg right here.
Perfect.
Yeah. All his abs.
Perfect. I have an extra level of protection. Owain's getting the mudslide treatment. As what Bolg is going to do is, instead of trying to balance like this, he is going to like try and hook his hooves in, sort of do like a quick sit maneuver to get his center of mass back, and then take his hands with his earth shapers and dive, and using the earth shapers to collect the dirt around him to create like a sled, and pile up a slide.
And
poor Owain is luckily made of clay, so Owain is fine.
And as you barrel down, a small landslide is coming about around you, but it's a landslide that seems to be helping rather than a landslide that seems to be hindering. And as you slide down, dirt in your face, you have no idea what's going on. All that you feel...
I have a a helmet with my full plate and a fearsome visage, and I.
Safety
As
goggles.
I do my kick maneuver, I have safety goggles, which are this bone
Perfect.
plate on top
Therefore,
of my
this is
fearsome
perfectly
visage.
safe, of course.
Yeah, and as you look ahead, you can see and feel that the slope gets shallower and shallower and shallower. And finally, your enormous amount of momentum comes to a halt, and you find yourself pretty much embedded underneath like a 3-foot deep shelf of like loose earth and dead plants.
Again. Internal monologue of that was fun. Bolg doesn't go chasm sliding enough. Gosh darn it! I'll begin to unbury us.
Yep. Big breath. Bolg's big ol' lungs were not tested particularly by that. Owain's considerably smaller lungs were a bit more tested by it, but even so,
He was made of stone.
Yeah, exactly. He's made of stone, so he's fine. And as he...
If I may, I would have done a manifestation as I'm sliding down. I want the plants to be catching onto my back so I get as uninjured as possible. Just Owain is becoming fully overgrown.
Absolutely, and also you're like Bolg's like sledding on you, and so you definitely need the help. But as Bolg unburies the two of you, your stone skin would probably be coming like it's not quite at the end of its natural lifespan, but it's probably coming towards the end of the duration. And I don't know if you would want to see, especially now that you're on solid ground.
Yeah, Owain is definitely shedding the stone skin, and it's looking like with his snout peeking out of the ground, he's looking like a mole, just looking around, right? Yeah. And the shed stone skin is just like adding to that feeling, creating a mound around him. He takes a minute. He takes a second to say anything at all, but it is just very softly. First checking, by the way, if there's any of the horrible creatures around.
And looking up in the sky, you can see that the mist has passed you. And now it looks like an overcast like sky of clouds. You have pretty decent visibility at this level. It's a little foggy, but nothing worse. And so imagine looking up towards a perpetually overcast sky, and the only hint of the awful creatures is that the overcast sky is delicately painted a thin layer of gold, as though they are embedded deep within it and still give their light.
And in that case, Owain, being the little mole he is, he's going to grab his guide shield and going to hide himself underneath the guide shield, just looking at Bolg. That was the most horrible thing I ever had to endure.
Yeah, Bolg didn't like
that. But as you guys are saying this, the landscape around you it's incredible. It's extremely interesting. Imagine a jungle that doesn't grow higher than your knee. It's incredibly overgrown with plant life, but the plant life is very small, given that, admittedly, almost no natural light. And the most of the light that they get is off of those strange glowing things, and God knows how photosynthesis is with that. But the other thing that you would notice, and there's also many great hills and rock features and stuff, most of which are also overgrown with that like knee-height layer of plant life. But you would also see, not terribly far away, a crater that is not overgrown. You would also hear a distant skidding sound. And sure enough...
Skidding is the most interesting because it's something from above, and everything above was terrifying.
And sure enough, Jasper breaks the cloud line and comes neatly skidding on a toboggan. Jasper, you see the other two
terrifying if you wanted to. Anyway.
Tobogganing Jasper is his most frightening form.
So far, I'm like Frieza. I got like 8 of them. Anyway. So this is where Jasper's like, okay, what are we doing for breaks? Anyway.
Indeed. I was about to ask.
Geomorph a solid wall of rock in front of you.
Oh, God.
No, but I think Jasper is going more along the lines of geomorphing kind of a side-to-side slide to slow my momentum. And
that's an awesome idea, yeah. And Jasper would come and you have high intelligence, I recall, as well.
1 intelligence.
One intelligence? Okay, yeah, absolutely. And so in that case, Jasper would go sliding past you guys and end up maybe, 20 yards away.
just hop to my feet. I gotta go chasm diving more often. Anyway.
We have the same thought.
Although, as Jasper looks, the other two's faces are like stony, and Owain's in particular is maybe a bit of a 500-yard stare.
No, Owain is 100% ready to just start burrowing even down deeper.
Yeah. Whereas the two of you looking at Jasper see that he looks quite perky. He looks happier than when you last saw him, if anything.
Good news, guys. The golden things appear to be friendly.
No,
At least the one I met was.
no. They are not. And we need to get out of here.
Maybe they're both.
Well,
No.
mine anointed my head with something, and I feel great.
Owain looks at Jasper in terror. And just subtly sees
Yeah, if I'm
down
like
into
glowing
his ball of
gold or
dirt.
have like a forehand somewhere,
Nope.
let me know. It's
You guys, and though Jasper's asking this aloud, the other two, he just looks normal. He just looks like upbeat.
Do they?
I took a Red Bull. I think that's what I'm feeling right now. It's like, yeah.
Do they hear us? And Owain says this totally quietly.
Maybe. I don't.
2 plus
Look it
is
up
to
into
spirit
the-
check. Do they hear us? I would assume. I would assume that they don't, but they can sense us anyways.
What's
Is
Owain's
that a
guess?
right assumption? Yeah, no.
Yeah.
My guess is they do not really hear us, but they can
They can
sense our
see us.
presence anyways.
Yeah, and as Owain looks up towards the sky, he would like, I could see his like, because he said he was whispering. I think that whisper would feel kind of like the correct volume as he looks up at the sky.
So he thinks they can actually hear them.
At least seems quite plausible. At least that's what his gut is telling him. Though perhaps it is something beyond hearing as well.
I will need both of you to be very quiet. I will get out of the mount now. None of you make any loud noises, okay? He looks to Jasper, like very much waiting for an answer because Jasper seems way too energetic right now.
Jasper nods his head.
Then looks to Bolg, unsure if Bolg can be quiet.
Bolg just sort of like nods generally.
Okay, good. If we need to get out of here, I can maybe fight them off temporarily. I would prefer not to have to do that again and bounce to the cliff. So, you know, I can do that while you two climb up with... yeah. No. He climbs out of his mount, his kite shield sheathed perfectly on his back, and going to have the vegetation that he manifested onto his back, like now overgrowing the kite shield. And he's just moving through the vegetation, actually, like walking on all four. Despite being a badger, his posture isn't really fit to be walking on all four, right? I mean, he's a bit better at it than a human would, but still, it's a very awkward thing that watching him like just stumble around, covered in like a bunch of vines and grasses and fern.
As he's doing so, he would see that this knee-height jungle is teeming with life. Mostly little bugs, but there's other stuff too. As Owain has somberly gone waddling off, looking quite ridiculous, actions that Jasper and Bolg would like to take. I should also note, it's very warm down here. Not oppressively, but again, jungle temperature.
And above us was a desert?
Above you was I'm not sure I'd use the term desert as much as I'd say like just a barren waste. But and it was
Badlands.
cold. It was rather cold up there. So the temperature differential between there and here would be like 20 degrees Celsius, like very substantial.
Yeah, okay. So there's probably some, like, thermal vents down here then.
Seems something like that.
Unless it's magic. But magic is magic, so who knows?
Exactly.
But Bolg will, approach Jasper very quietly. As quietly as Bolg can be.
Yeah.
And sort of, Well, Rob, 0 luck pitch.
Mm.
This dirt, this earth is very soft, and Bolg's screwed shit up, moves stuff all over the place. As he's walking, Bolg feels something weird and hard underneath his foot. Is there any chance that it's Jasper's prima materia that he yeeted?
Oh, that's such a cool idea.
Because there's no way because that would have just gone like straight down, and we're pretty straight down.
I would say if you had 3 pluses to luck, yes, but as such, no.
No, I find a rock.
I was going to go worse. Like at 3, you find the 4 broken shards of his prima materia.
Good.
That's never going to work again.
It's a great pitch, but no, rock.
Damn, I was like, Bolg's gonna gather a little bit of dirt together, and he's gonna like flatten it in his big palms.
Oh, excuse me, I'm having a little child.
Is it
yelling.
bed boy?
One moment, please. Here, if you guys want to take a moment to pee, feel free to. I'll be right back. Oh, is that what you have done? Yeah. Well,
I wasn't expecting Owain to fight like biblically accurate angels in this one. I'm glad Jasper is having fun though.
I know.
Yeah, Bolg looked at that and was like, yes, they are good children. I am actually going to quickly go get water and show off my big ass cloak.
Sounds good.
That's right. Cloak all the way down.
Indeed. That is a nice cloak. Hmm? So while everyone is gone, let me spread all the rumors about them. I joke. I kid.
Pardon the delay. My eldest son has brought me tribute.
Ooh. Well, there you go.
Excellent. Okay. Nice.
Everyone else has disappeared, so now it's the time to betray them. No.
Well, this is a perfect opportunity where if Jasper has actions he'd like to take, things he'd like to observe, think about, consider, stuff like that, fire away.
Yeah, no, at this point, Jasper's just heading towards that crater because that's the only part of this place that makes sense. That nothing should be growing. Let's check that out.
Quite. Any other things that you'd want to be doing besides that, things he's thinking about or similar, or just focusing on getting to that crater?
Yeah, he's pretty much. I mean, he's looking at the hunched over Owain trying to hide amongst the knee-high grasses, and I'm like, I don't think that's gonna work out, man. I think stealth is off the table at this point.
Yep. The crater he sees, by the way, I'll give you some description, especially because Jasper is the type to actually care about such things. The crater is quite substantial. It has maybe the size of like a large house's foundation in terms of its, and it's like roughly circular, but not perfectly. And earth is mounded around its edge such that it has like a lip. But the earth, he would see, is not hard and like jagged edged like you might expect of like an impact zone. Instead, it's soft and it looks quite fresh. There's a little bit growing on it in patches here and there. But in many cases, it's just raw, rich, loamy earth that is spilling down over the side and covering up many of the jungle plants.
Interesting.
The other thing that I can mention about Jasper is even despite like the tail end of his descent, yeah, he was moving quite fast at that point.
Yeah.
His stamina is still in the green.
Sweet.
Now,
I'm going to abuse the hell out of this gift. Okay.
Bolg, please continue what you were saying to Jasper, and then we'll retract.
Bolg flattens out like this, large Bolg hand-sized thing of turf, of ground and mud. And sort of pushes under his hand, pulls one of his horn blades off, which are a spatha skinned as like elephant swords on his elephant tusk blades on his horns, and uses it like a pen and carves into the dirt, not his hand, just the dirt, and says, and writes, "What your gold thing, new dirt, do?" Then wipes off, gets a new slab, hours, and
Yay. I'm just going with the old-fashioned of I can just draw in the dirt. I don't
Yeah,
need
exactly.
it. I can use a finger, but no. Jasper doesn't even do that. He just motions Bolg to put his head here so I could talk into his ear.
Bolg
Mine,
does that and also cups his hands so that hopefully no sound
Yeah.
will come out.
Bolg's hands are so big that Jasper's whole face can fit between them with room to
we
spare.
will use the code of silence. Yes, okay.
Oh.
Uh,
Owain walks past like some sort of a turtle underneath a sky shield, and as he sees that, he's just going to look at both of them very angrily and just going to keep walking.
You said be quiet. We're being quiet.
Yeah, I know.
Mine reached out with a finger and touched me with something, and all of my pains, my aches, I feel great, and have ever since they did. Mine was a blessing.
I cannot hear you, Lee. There it
Ours tried to kill us.
is.
That I got lucky.
What yours look like?
And this time Jasper's going for charades. It's like with the hand, with one eye. He gives you the physical description as well, but he tries to like mime it out.
Yeah. Bolg would probably be like,
my-
yeah, not too far off. Yeah.
Yeah, mine did not have fern fronds for sure, though.
I will describe the fern frods.
Mhm.
I will not charades this. I'm going to.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine doesn't hold as
and-
much of your head, but we'll try that.
Exactly.
No, I put my hands all around your ear.
Glurp.
No, what I do, I just
works.
put your whole head in my hand. Like, you know when you're trying to do the hand whistle, you're in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bolg, boundaries. No, seriously, let's this happen.
Bolg's gigantic, like, minotaur lips just like right in your ear.
My head is vibrating. It's okay.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Oh.
And after he passes this on, any follow-ups from Jasper?
I would like to join the conversation if I'm hearing it. 2 pluses to censor.
Yeah, I'd say you're hearing it.
Okay.
Well,
Would you
you know,
that one-
turtle your way over to be?
Yeah, no, Owain was going to turtle past him, then he's like changes his mind.
Oh,
Turtles
Owain
towards
is
them.
turtly enough for the turtle club.
Owain grabs the kite shield and tries to cover like all of us with the kite shield.
Yeah.
Arcane manifestation to conjure a blanket of plants over us.
Ooh,
So
you'll
that
have to
we're completely
climb
hidden.
Bolg to do that, but that's probably fine.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Bolg counts as terrain.
And you
That's
guys
my
would
perk,
see.
by the way.
I think so. Since this is a kite shield, right? Like sort of teardrop shaped. I think the Owain would sort of like position the shield so that it is actually like in between Borg's horns.
Yeah, so like
It's
it's almost
like a
like
good support
I'm
for
picturing a beautiful curtain of like weeping willows kind of draping over
Yeah,
all
yeah,
of you
yeah,
guys.
something
it's
like
nice.
You have become a trellis. I like it. Anyway,
Yeah.
And yeah, no, as Owain heard the conversation and the speculation, he's just going to joke. They hate me. They want to kill me.
well, they like me, so maybe we can.
They do
split
not
the
like
difference
me,
on
and
the
I
next
didn't
one.
do anything to them.
They didn't like me either. Maybe they're speciesist.
What is that?
It's when things don't like you because of the species you are.
What is a species?
Oh,
Human,
Minotaur,
minotaur, badger
human.
person.
badger.
Oh, okay.
But he says badger being like, I don't know what you'd call yourself, but the analog is badger.
Right.
Do you think they hate badgers?
And
to work in
House,
theory.
Or maybe it was just that one was bad.
Well, I'm not a badger.
What would you call yourself, Owain?
I think they would have a local name, but he realizes midway that that doesn't really work in Metro. Badger folk.
It translates to chatter chatter.
No, Badger folk is the name that they use.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
let's just hope they stay up there. Check out this crater.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Okay. Owain is going to stand up very slowly. And he has to be fighting with his mind to actually stand up as he feels the weight of the training weights really weighing him down. He doesn't want to move. He wants to stay here and just make a living eating earth forms and not moving at all. But he's going to power through, and with great strength, well, not great strength, but what remains of his great strength, he's going to hold up the kite shield. So sort of like lifting the turtle shell above a little bit. And, Owain is small, so he's expecting the others to sort of like sneak as he's walking and like holding this blanket.
Would you still be on Bolg's shoulders to do that? Because otherwise there's no way in hell Bolg will fit underneath it.
Oh, God.
All right, Bolg will be your palanquin.
I'm not sure if
we've basically done like a Chinese lion dance, right?
That's
We got
true,
this big
yeah.
canopy of plants.
Ripping
My
down.
horns are sticking out the front. We've got multiple bodies in it.
Bolg, you hold me.
Yeah.
Jasper, you do not walk far away. Okay, I will shield us. This will be fine.
Yes, my stealth will just be to walk slightly behind Bolg.
Yeah, exactly.
That's as stealthy as I get.
Nothing's seeing you. Okay, with the world's best disguise, literally could not be a better disguise.
Don't be
Walking
suspicious.
tree.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
You guys would trudge your way through the little rainforest as you can hear little creatures scuttling and chirping to each other in the plant life below. And pretty soon, though your visibility is pretty doo-doo, thanks to the disguise that you're wearing, you do all have safety goggles. And as such, I'll give you a bit of what I've already given Jasper about the crater itself, which is that it is pretty big, again, like size of a large house's foundation, roughly circular, but it's not like an impact crater. It doesn't have stiff edges. The edges are soft and mounded and are being grown in several areas. And as you approach the soft dirt, it sinks under your feet. It's not compacted at all. But as you climb and look in, you see him. A man in a loincloth, digging with his hands. You can see no tool around him. It seems that he is digging this entire crater by hand. His hair is overgrown and hangs down around him in kind of lank, dirt-covered dreadlocks. His beard is long enough that it completely covers his mouth. But you are only seeing his back and kind of the side of his face. And his back is incredibly dirty, but also incredibly, calloused and rough.
Bolg!
You would also,
Ouch.
I should also note, as a quick side thing, see that next to the crater, on the other side from where you are, there are neatly arranged jars of what look like food and drink. At a guess, he probably did not put them there. So, pardon. Carry on, Tomáš.
Owain was telling Bolg to crouch down, assuming we were not spotted yet.
No, his back is to you. Bolg, would you crouch?
Bolg's already crouching.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's still 5
So
foot
he's
tall.
sort of-
Right.
Bolg will get on all fours for this and do like a bear walk. And I will say Bolg, I'm making this relevant for the sake of the item because screw you. Bolg is not expecting the added weight of training weights on Owain, and it's just like
Indeed. A thing of note, since you guys all have huaraches on, and Bolg is no longer going at like 1 billion miles an hour down a mountain, you have perfect footing despite the incredibly soft, uneven earth.
Right.
I move in the way that a bush should move.
And
Like
as,
a tumbleweed just rolling over.
Dee-dee-dee-dee.
You're
As-
right. That's a great idea.
And as Bolg gets low on the edge of the crater looking in, other actions that Jasper and then Owain would like to take.
Or should Jasper do it? He's human. But I'm a child. He wouldn't punch a child, right?
One would hope not.
Oh, Bolg is a member of the slave class for his culture, so not sure how well that will go over. But Bolg thinks that if we just sort of talk to him, it should be fine. Especially if once we... This is your mission. You should do this.
Yes. Okay.
He sets forward a bit too eagerly and just kind of like stops. Wait, you hold this. And he's going to like plop the kite shield on top of Bolg's head. Like, he doesn't need it.
You would
Bolg
see...
has so much headgear right now.
I know. You'd see that Marbod, by the way, his back still to you, has stood up, and you can see that his he isn't wearing a loincloth, it's more of a kilt, and you see that he's got a great scoop of dirt in his kilt, and he like stomps his way up the side of his crater and just like dumps it off the side, and then gets back in and starts digging with his hands again. What was that, Lee?
Would Marbod count as an elder? Or no?
I could see it spun that way, perhaps.
I think in this context, maybe. So Bolg is going, before Owain, especially given his current state of exile. So Bolg will, as Owain is about to like dip out, Bolg will wait and do the hand thing, sort of in Owain's general direction.
He still deserves lots of respect, so make sure to give it.
2 pluses to spirit check. Owain is planning to approach this man like a lost child that he is. Well, Owain is the lost child, right? Would I think that that would seem disrespectful? Owain's guess is not, because this man is voluntarily in exile. Therefore, I do not think he really clings onto his titles, especially given that I see what he's doing here.
As Owain looks at Marbod, he definitely wouldn't feel averse to it, but there is something strange and maybe even a little pathetic about the man digging with his hands.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. I would think that giving the acknowledgement to him as a general would just be like an insult to injury, wouldn't it?
Seems kind of, at least looking at it, there's that weird pity in Owain's stomach, even though he probably doesn't recognize it fully as such.
Yeah.
We'll handle this.
And yeah, Owain is going to come closer. He's going to be taking steps quite carefully, though he's really weighed down by the training weights right now. Each step, is sort of like very mechanical, just focusing on it, thinking like how every step should go.
Is he leaving any of his other gear behind, like his sword?
Should he leave the sword? I don't think he is leaving the sword, though it is definitely sheathed in such a way that it's obviously not meant to be drawn.
Sure.
At least not easily.
Is he, and he's going down into the crater?
Yeah. And he's going down into the crater. He has all gear on him, I believe, except the shield.
Yep. And as he descends, Marbod is kind of facing him, but isn't looking at him. He's just digging with his hands. Honestly, for a human who has no claws, he's pretty freaking good at it. But Owain would detect no magic whatsoever in him doing this. You see him lifting up another kilt full of earth, and waddling away from you to toss it over the side of the crater before climbing back down. He ignores
If
you
he
completely.
doesn't... Oh, so he should have seen me but ignores me.
Yeah.
I will wait near where he's digging and turn my primal materia into a gardening, what do you call it? Like a little shovel, not a full size.
Like a
Yeah.
trowel.
Yeah, one of those. And holding my ceramic jar as well, I will, as he's returning, just sort of like hand both of them to him. You can use those if you want.
His eyes look at you, and completely gone is the dignity and the charisma that you saw in the picture in Enclave HQ. He looks like a crazy old man. And he looks at you, almost looking past you, and says, "No, boy. No."
Can I help?
"No, boy. This is my hole to dig."
Why?
You can see that his eyes narrow slightly. And he shakes his head. "It's my hole to dig." He gestures in kind of like a... how to describe it? Like a tired shooing sort of way. "Go back home."
Can I watch, at least? And he takes a few respectful steps back.
He nods and gestures to the edge of the crater near where the food has been left.
There are 2 more of us. Is that okay?
He shrugs. "I need to dig."
Okay. Well, Owain is going to sit where he was instructed to sit, and I trust that everyone else heard this conversation, right?
Yep, it's quiet here. There's no wind. And Marbod goes back to digging with his hands, bit by bit by bit. Laser focused on his task.
Owain is
ignoring
definitely
everyone else.
Owain is definitely expecting the others to join him.
Yep.
Like sitting where he is.
And actions from Jasper and then Bolg.
Just out of sheer curiosity, from where he is on his side of the crater, Jasper wants to just unclip his maul, give the surrounding rock a good solid thwack, and activate tremor sense. Is there any reason to dig here, or did he just pick a spot? Yeah.
None. The earth here is soft and loamy, but below it is a shelf of harder earth that it seems like Marbod is hitting currently, and is burying through it with his bare frickin' hands, handful by handful. The earth down here feels quite natural, by the way. It has natural basins and collection points and striations.
And as there's food and drink, presumably not left by him, does my tremor sense find any other people or beings down here? Any settlements?
You do feel, rather than people or beings within the range of the tremor sense, you do feel a distinct snaking line of packed earth not far away, which is almost certainly a footpath.
Okay. Very good. So when I do rejoin the others, just with my maul on the wall, took a look around, tap, tap. Seems to be some kind of a footpath in that direction.
The only
Nothing else but earth. Go ahead.
Oh, pardon me. The only other thing of note is when that whoomp of Jasper's maul hit, Bolg and Owain would both see Marbod stiffen and look up, and there's an alertness in his eye. But then
I wondered if I'd get a reaction from him.
Yeah, he is drawn back to the ground, and he keeps digging. Bolg, actions after Jasper has delivered this report. Or before.
Bolg is not approached yet.
Yep.
Mostly because, Bolg's not sure if his presence will help too much yet.
Excuse me. And
He'll hear that and sort of think for a second. And pull out his pipe.
Owain, follow-ups.
I assume he looks like he hasn't eaten in a while, right?
He actually doesn't look too emaciated. He looks like he has been eating, but his how to describe this? There's a difference between like bodybuilder athletic and holy shit, this guy uses his body 16 hours a day athletic.
Mm-hmm.
He's the latter. You know what I mean? He looks like he's carven of stone just from how much he's been clearly exerting himself, like a well-fed galley slave in terms of just how muscular he is.
Is there like a rock that he would use as a table, or is it just snacking
Doesn't
everywhere?
look like it.
No. I was expecting as much. It looks like he pretty much lives here, right? Looking around 2 pluses to sensor, is there like maybe like some grasses pushed aside where he would be sleeping and such?
Doesn't look like there's even a bed.
Oh, so it looks like he's just not sleeping at all.
Either
Looking
that
at
or
his
maybe
eyes.
he just collapses out of exhaustion where he stands. Like, you can't see what else would be possible.
Do you want to have a snack with us? We have climbed a long time. We could use one.
He pauses digging and without looking waves towards the food and says, "Eat."
Yes, but so should you.
Dig.
Based on his current rate of digging, how long do I think he's been working at this crater?
Oh, that's a great Jasper question. I actually can give you a pretty good answer to that. Probably over a year.
Hmm. And somebody is fueling him to do so.
Yeah.
Interesting.
0% chance he would survive. Even though he is a legendary hero who's blessed by the local god, that doesn't necessarily mean he's immune to hunger.
I was going to say, unless one of them golden ones just touches him on the forehead every so often,
That's
somebody's
totally
feeding the
possible
boy.
as well.
Is the Zorn on him still present, or is it completely gone?
This is going to be purely off of spirit. But
Yes.
even though before you is a effectively ratty old lunatic, just kind of like softening your eyes and thinking of great deeds, he radiates with incredible Zorn. But he clearly chooses not to embrace that glory. It seems like he's gone out of his way to be as unglorious as he possibly can be. Actions from the group. We can go to Jasper if he has anything.
No, Jasper's just like doing the math.
Yeah.
He's been at this for
It's at this point that Bolg will stand then.
Oh, pardon me. Finish what you're saying,
Yeah.
Jasper, then Bolg.
Now, if I'll be waiting, if Bolg joins us, I would wait until he did so before I said he's been at this for at least a year.
A good labor.
But we all know he could do this in minutes if he wanted to. This is penance.
Not with just his hands. He couldn't.
With Jasper's word of this is penance, Owain would feel kind of a little lurch in his stomach. Not like a scared lurch, but like a sickening realization sort of lurch.
Yeah.
Bolg will come to the edge, but in no way disturb the pit, disturb the crater.
Greetings. Bolg is Bolg. When will your task be done?
And as you say this, Marbo doesn't look up. It takes a long time to say anything, but eventually just kind of shakes his head, not pausing his digging. He gives you no other answer besides that.
That is sad. A good way to die, maybe. But sad.
Marbod nods at this.
There are better ways to die. And better ways to entreat. Bolg knows this.
Bolg is going to doff his armor, and with it, he's going to doff his normal like tunic and undergarment. He's still got like a loin and still has his leggings, but he wants all of his. He wants to meet this man where he is.
Marbod has lifted up his kilt with another big load of earth and has brought it up the side to chuck it off. As he is coming back down, without looking at any of you, he again gestures towards his food and just says, "Eat."
Thank you.
Bolg is going to go over and take a jar.
Mm-hmm.
Inside of the jar, you find actually pretty excellent food. Soft kind of pot-style cheese, fermented cabbage, like kind of kimchi-ish. A good amount of honeyed milk. It's nice. It's tasty. It's like hearty, rustic fare that doesn't have like a proper like ethnic analog by real-world standards.
Mm-hmm. And yet, that means agriculture and domesticated animals, if not magic.
Quite.
Magic cheese.
But all the while, as you're gestured over to pots, and you can pop them open, they have little. It's ceramics. This is very early technology, but they're still well sealed. They are sealed with a lip of beeswax to make sure that nothing gets in. And as you pop it open, the nice smells waft out. Would any of you be eating?
Yes.
Well, Owain is definitely very hungry, but I think he's also, he said he has this feeling in his stomach and he's kind of terrified, right? And a bit disgusted,
Yeah.
so I don't think he can bring himself to do that.
Sure. I will say that this is not just a targeted thing at Owain, just more of a nature of what is available down here. There are even fried bugs that are among the menu.
Still not eating.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And Marbo just keeps digging.
Mhm.
The food is honestly lovely. It's hearty, it's salty, it's sweet, and Marbod keeps digging. He empties kilt load after kilt load after kilt load, and says not a word, and keeps digging.
Owain is going to set his sword aside. He is going to set his Earthshapers aside and his Huaraches as well, because those are sort of like pieces of armor. Going to approach in nothing but his sort of tunic, which is the Vishivanka, right?
Mhm.
I think I do have some heroic deeds that I would like to keep that I could have embroidered on there, but if it's possible, I would want it to be just a completely plain Vishivanka.
Sure, fine.
Just,
by me.
looking approachable to the common folk. And he's just going to sit down in a very childish way, next to where he's digging. Why are you doing this?
He doesn't respond.
He feels guilty though, right? Obviously, 2+ is a spirit check.
You don't even feel guilt. Just mania.
No.
Just single-minded focus on digging. If there is guilt, if there is memories of that, it's buried under a whole lot of single-minded fixation.
I want to check, I guess, again, 2+ to spirit check. If I toss something at him, do I think he would catch it instinctively? Given that he's in this mania, like sort of like, back to regular senses? Or would he just get hit in the face? I do not mean toss like, but like sort of like an underhand toss, like towards him.
Yeah, I think Owain would probably get the impression that he might not even flinch.
Okay. In that case, I'm just going to grab one of my circling stones and let it sort of like roll down the pit towards where he's digging.
Yep.
And I do have, again, 2 sets of circling stones, though one is almost entirely expended. The other set of circling stones is the little statuettes he has made while being in the mixer, right, of the various important people in
that's cool.
the realm. And he has very much specifically made one of Kismala. So I'm
Yep.
just going to let that roll down the pit without even like he's trying to intervene as little as possible. Just let that thing naturally roll down the pit into where he's sticking.
Yeah. Bolg and Jasper, as the two of you are quietly, gently, meditatively eating, any other actions you would like to take before or while Owain is letting this little beautiful clay figurine roll down into the pit?
Not particularly. Jasper is probably done eating at this point, though, because he's careful not to take a large portion.
Indeed, yeah.
Um,
It's hearty,
thus
too.
is, and thus, it's just kind of up and ready to see what Owain's going and dunk, 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 dunk.
Yep. And as it kind of rolls up near to Marbot, he digs and digs, empties out another kiltful, comes back. And it's almost like he was naturally coming to that spot anyways. He doesn't like go out of his way to it. It just kind of comes across him. You see that his spade-like hand, he's been like stabbing the ground with his fingers to dig. But he pauses and picks it up. And you can see that for the first time, he goes from a squat to sitting back. And his shoulders slump as he looks at it. And he kind of rotates it in his gigantic, brutalized fingers. You guys can see him panting slightly.
Not panting in panic, just sort of like having memories come back, right? Painful memories.
It's a combination of that, and it seems like he's allowing himself to be tired, perhaps.
All right. I want to activate Tremor Sense, but I need some time to think about what this Tremor Sense is going
Sure.
to be exactly. So,
Bolg, Jasper, anything you want to do to piggyback on what's going on?
Bolg will speak up because he Marbod doesn't know how everything resolved.
No, he doesn't.
He's been here.
He did one thing. He saved Kazmala from the pit, from here. And no one knows how, no one knows why. She hasn't said anything about it. She says she doesn't remember anything. But all he did is he saved her from Shifoy Chasm, and then hasn't been heard from since. So he doesn't even know that she reclaimed her kingdom or anything.
I know. That's why the next words out of Bolg's mouth should be interesting, as he eats a uber or whatever it is. Azmala, the Queen of the Arm, sent us at her behest.
if I can join in at this point here,
Yeah.
I would move towards Marbot.
Yep. Down
Oh
into the
God,
crater.
this is yeah, but like sitting next to him. Would I think he would feel very would it be very disrespectful to Tremor Sense him specifically?
You have
Him
no
being
idea.
a little monster? Yeah, I have no idea. Well, I'm a child, so may as well try. He will not punch a child, right? So I sit next to Marbot. Not completely next to, a bit further away, but as Owain just like sits down, he would like to be focusing on him, tremor sensing him, the sort of like magic within to shape the earth. And at the same time, he would like to use Geomorph to turn the pit that he's digging into an arena, the Colosseum sort of thing, where they fight, right? Like just conjure like benches and a pit in the middle to remind him sort of. And while I'm activating the tremor sense, I want to use my perk to let me summon sort of like garden-like vegetation, and just summon some like nice little plants and like maybe an apple tree like growing over him, like providing shade and some relief.
And you guys would all see that he jumps. Not quite jumps, but like jerks slightly when Owain does the tremor sense. And then you would see that his body tenses and his posture changes as he looks around towards the arena. And when you tremor sense him, it's such a hard thing to describe. Here's the best analogy I would give. It would be like Owain seeing a beautiful mansion that hasn't been lived in for generations.
And is there any hint of any part of the mansion being refurbished as Owain does more?
It's just one little image. You don't get to see it over time, so to speak. So that just that one snapshot. But because it's a very unusual tremor sense. But as he does so, he takes the little figurine and he places it gently on the ground and kind of looks around at the three of you and straightens his back up. And he says in a kind of a raspy voice, "I'm ready to die." And he puts his hands above his head like this, as though expecting them to be shackled.
Okay. Owain is going to use an earth. Oh, he doesn't have the earth shapers.
You took them off.
God. Yeah, that he did.
Bolg has his on.
Yeah, but he wanted to have the sword levitate towards him. Can I do that with a manifestation? 1+2 arcane. I've already done a few.
You want the sword to come to you?
Yeah, just sort of like recall the sword.
I'm going to say yeah, but I'm going to put manifestation on a high cooldown.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And he's going to... Owain is, of course, going to grab it by the blade.
Yep.
And just sort of like hand him the handle. You were forgiven. There's no need to die. We are supposed to bring you back. I accepted this quest on the condition that you would not be hurt. And if he's not taking the sword, which I mean, obviously he's not, I'm going to stab it into the ground beside him.
Jasper and
But
Bolg.
sort of like next to his side.
Jasper and Bolg, do you have actions?
Jasper just.
I'm going to...
Oh, pardon, Jasper first, yeah.
I was just going to add to Owain's word. Your exile's been lifted. You can go home. She wants to see you again.
Bolg, what were you going to say? Or do?
Bolg is going to approach and from sort of behind... So sort of from behind Owain. And I'm going to try and use the Porachas, and I would like to walk in a way that leaves as little trace in this earth as possible. I want to find the existing grooves from his dig, from where his hands have pummeled into it,
Many
and
of them
set
have
my
been
feet
smoothed by Owain's geomorph, by the way.
Piffle. In that case, I will walk in sort of like a crescent step to not impact the earth as much.
Yeah.
And I will take off a bracelet, made of marble, that sits next to my earth shapers. And I will wait for his response.
He slowly lowers his arms. And Owain, who's right in front of him, would feel like a little shiver as Marbod's eyes catch him, again almost looking through him. He says, "She cannot forgive me. She did not exile me. I need to take."
And there's no one that
Disobey
actually...
an order.
Oh, 1 second. I'm sorry. Tomáš first. Yep.
There's no one that actually exiled him, right? This is his choice completely.
Yeah, it is completely self-imposed. Admittedly, he would have been exiled, before things resolved. But, they resolved. So, Bolg, what were you going to say?
Yeah. You would disobey an order from the Queen of the Arm, General.
And he nods. I am not her subject. I need to dig. You would see the mania in his eyes, bright and fierce. I need to dig. This chasm is not deep enough to hold me.
I would like to slide my bracelet onto his arm. This is a piece of exotic parure.
And I have something to add, which I think would also aid here. As I summon the little apple tree to give him shade and make a nice little place for him to rest, Owain would just sort of reach towards the tree and clasp his hand and reach down, and I would like to make petals fall from the tree just around him, which I think fits not just the general mood, but also, presumably they would have something like that in the Colosseum, I would be assuming.
And you hear him low, "Get out."
Would you fight us?
Get out! Out of my hole! He rips off the bracelet from Bolg and throws it out of the critter. Out! I need to dig!
Oh, man. God damn it.
This chasm is not deep enough. His eyes stare through Bolg, and then Owain, and then Jasper. It needs to go deeper. Get out.
Okay.
His body is tense, and his posture is alert. You guys would hear a small voice from outside the crater. Sir? Sir, are you okay?
And Jasper's still up at the top. He just turns around behind.
You see
there's
a child, probably 2 years or so younger than Owain, who's drawing along what looks like maybe a llama of some kind, some strange quadruped animal by a lead. You can see that he has like a little another little pot of food under his arm, and he's looking concerned. And he looks to Jasper and says, "What has happened to the gentleman in the hole?"
Jasper kneels down to be at a more even level with the child. We were sent to take him home.
He has
We're trying to. He does if he chooses to go back to it. But he seems to want to do nothing but dig. Your people look after him?
Yes, we feed him, and sometimes we bring him sponges to clean him.
How long have your people been doing that?
My family and my uncle's family and my other uncle's family have been looking after him for, I think, over a year. But if he is to go home, then we should say our goodbyes, should we?
That's the problem. He says he doesn't want to go.
No. No, my mother says that he is a madman, but is a kindly madman that we should take care of.
Jasper just nods his head. Yeah. I'm afraid I agree with your mother.
Because he talks over you slightly, looking kind of nervous. Because she says that he probably will die there, and we should make his last days not unpleasant.
Your mother sounds like a kind one.
He says, "It is important to take care of strangers because he seems humble." He nods, expecting you to agree, and he says, "And humility is a virtue,
Jasper does not laugh, but Rich is very amused. Yes, it certainly can be.
He nods and says, "Can I give him my food?"
Oh, of course, of course.
He does not
I help
like
him
to be,
unload
he
if
does
he
not like
needs
to be
to.
talked to, you know. And he brings the pot up and sets
Mhm.
it down and takes some other things off of his pack animal and sets them down
Mhm.
as well. And then he takes some of the empty pots that you and Bolg
Mhm.
just finished.
Right.
And he looks down and in, and then he looks taken aback. What has become of the hole? It's, neat and has sharp
Right.
edges now because of Owain's geomorph, and there's plant life inside of it.
My friend, and he gestures at Owain, tried to remind him of home. That's part of what it looks like.
The boy looks nervous. Okay. Goodbye, mister. Good luck.
Before the kid goes off, could I meet your mother, young one? I'd like to talk to her.
He nods, again looking nervous. He says, "Come."
Yeah. I call down to the two in the hole. I'm going to go meet the people that have been taking care of him.
And as Jasper is saying this, Marbod, having made his demands, turns around and starts to pierce his hands back into the smooth Colosseum floor that Owain has created and goes back to digging.
Oh, before even he has to dig through the Colosseum that Owain has created, Owain will flatten that completely, just and geomorph. But he will stay in the pit, and he will say, "If you wish to dig, please, but I will not move."
He ignores you and goes back to digging. Bolg, actions you'd like to take.
Well, I was gonna go pick up the bracelet that this guy rudely threw.
Indeed.
Bastard. Put it back on. He's gonna go walk back into the pit, and then actually, it's probably still in the crater. And he is going to sort of find a symmetry to Marbode, and he will turn his hand into a spade and begin to dig.
And the second his hand touches the ground, Marbod wheels around at him and he roars, "It is mine to dig!" Dig your own hole!
Bolg turns.
You're not a subject anymore. But I sure like to be. And I see great Zorn. And I am commanded to help.
And his eyes still glittering strangely, Marbod says, "The only Zorn to be found is under the earth. It is only there, and I will never reach it, but I will dig and dig until I cannot dig anymore. There's no Zorn in people. It's underground."
Then let's find it.
"Find it yourself. Out of my hole. It's mine."
It's not your hole. You said it yourself. There's no Zorn in people. It's the Earth's hole.
It is no more yours then.
It's not mine. It's the Earth's hole.
He shakes his head again. He says, "Then you will have another of it." And he starts to, go over towards Bolg and kind of, push him towards the edge. Try to, at least. "You need to go out. You cannot dig here."
Then you cannot dig here. Why can't we both dig here? The earth would like that.
He looks at Bolg and looks at his face, and it's like he sees him for the first time. You see his eyes follow your horns and your ears.
As he catches my ear, I'm going to lightly flick one of my rodules and say with clear certainty, not a shred of doubt.
The earth tells me that it likes to be worked. I would like to work it, and it's better to work together. I have to dig now.
I'm going to look away from him, completely ignore him, and dig.
And Owain would see Marbod look at Bolg's back for a moment and then turn and start digging fiercely.
Is he trying to treat this as a competition now, or is
It doesn't
just...
seem like a competition.
Yeah.
He doesn't. You don't see
Yeah.
him looking over his shoulder. You don't feel that kind of burning feeling. It just feels like redoubled motivation.
Well, I think would Owain still know where Jasper went to? Like, would he know the direction?
You heard the direction of the voice.
Yeah, I think Owain will try to catch up and
Yep.
see some of the people.
And he would. He'd see Jasper and the boy going around an earth form not far away.
Mm-hmm.
The earth forms are the replacement for trees here, given all the vegetation climbing off them in every direction. And after weaving through a small forest of these strange spiring earth forms, you would reach a beautiful little cottage made of stone and wattle and daub. And outside there's animal pens, there's beehives, there's a garden. Pretty substantial one, in fact. So like almost a compound more than a house. The boy comes hurrying up and starts chattering out in a completely foreign language. People start trooping out, looking nervous as soon as they see you. And it would be at this point that Owain would catch up as well. And the people turn their eyes away from Owain and look very nervous. The boy as well kind of tucks himself behind Jasper. And he would say to Jasper, "My mother cannot speak your language."
Will you translate for me then?
A little. Why is the Great One here? He points towards Owain.
He was the one given the quest to find the man in the crater.
Excuse me. Oh my goodness, more food? Thank you. Tribute. And he would say, "He is in grave danger here."
Why is that?
He looks up towards the sky. Humility is a virtue.
And the golden ones, they reward that virtue?
And
I see.
punish.
Did they punish the man in the crater?
I don't know. I don't think so. He is very humble.
Ask your mother. I want to know the story of how the man came here. How did you come to find him? Did he always just want to dig?
I will ask her. Please
Well, this is
ask
being
the
translated.
Great One to stand beyond the threshold. He points past the gate you guys just walked past.
Oh, I was absolutely going to do something else.
Yeah. What would Owain do?
Are there any chores that need doing?
Yeah, tons. All gardens always need chores.
Is there like a hoe for me or something that I can just grab
yeah,
and
they have
start
tools.
working? Alright, fine. I'm gonna do that. Even before that is set. I think as he's saying that Owen would be making his way through the gate.
Jasper would
just-
see the people here like kind of recoiling away from Owain, looking terrified.
Yeah, but let him humble himself a bit.
The boy whispers into Jasper's ear, "Great ones do not humble themselves."
Would it surprise you to know that back where he's from, the man in the crater is considered a great one?
It would surprise me very much. He does not act like it.
He has somehow humbled himself, which is perfect for his survival here, but it's not who he was, and it's not how his loved ones remember him.
The boy rushes off, and you see him talking rapidly with his mother, who talks back. Other members of the family chime in with questions. And after chattering back and forth for a couple minutes, as Owain is very proficiently gardening, this is his bread and butter. He knows how to do this.
I wonder when Owain was training for this, he spent several weeks back at home doing nothing but honing his actual skills without using any lithomancy magic.
Yeah.
He was doing blacksmithing, he was doing gardening, he was like, I don't know, doing carpentry, everything. So yeah, he's definitely not trying to brag at how good at gardening he is, but
Right.
he's quite casual at gardening. And I don't think there's like he does this intentionally, of course, but I don't think there's any like pretense on Owain as he does any of this.
The boy hurries back, and as he does so, another one of his siblings rushes over towards Owain, and they hand him a little pot in like a deferential fashion.
Does that seem like a little bit worshipful, or
No,
just
it doesn't seem worshipful. It just seems polite.
okay? Thank you. Owain will grab that.
And he sees it smells vaguely like food, but it looks more like an ointment.
Related to the things they would have in above, since they have ointments as well, right?
Oh, this is definitely much humbler than that.
Yeah.
And there doesn't seem to be any magical nature to it. And I guess maybe it's just like a workman's butter, like to make your hands not crack.
What do you explain to me? How this is to be used?
The child looks shy and runs away. But the boy who's near Jasper says, "Upon your hands, so they do not blister."
Thank you. I think you can keep the gift.
And the boy nods and says something. The child comes hurrying out and takes it and gives you like a little bob. And you can see that the family actually kind of pleased like this. Like they didn't expect you to reject the gift.
Well, they do. Wait, sorry, displeased or pleased?
Pleased.
Pleased, okay. I think Owain is going to sit down near the cottage, going to... You know what? Fuck it. He's not going for primal material. He's taking a genuine lump of dirt and going to be making a pack animal. Whittling at it with a pebble he finds. The one that he has seen, the llama thing.
And as you do so, the boy speaking to Jasper says, "We found him digging already. It was a year and 3 months ago, and he was digging, and the hole was very small, and it looked like he had just woken up from standing where he was. When he sleeps, he just falls and then gets back up when he keeps digging, and he was so hungry. And so we brought him food, and we eventually coaxed him to eat, and we cleaned him. He had cuts on him, and we cleaned those. And he never said a word beside that he need to keep digging, but I'm the only one in my family can speak Metro. So I talked to him, because he speaks the language of the above. I don't know it. None of us know it. And he just kept digging, and we bring him, because we did not want him to starve to death. And he seemed a good sort, and he's not greedy at all. Always there's food left. He eats very little. And
Just enough to keep him going.
And the only time he leave is to relieve himself and then come back. Just always digging. And my mother said that when I told her what you said, that he was great above, she said that's why he's probably gone mad. Because he is denying his greatness. He nods as though this is obvious and says, because the great they above, they can't be like this. It's not their nature, you know. They're people who would take, right? The greed, but also very power. And he can't be like this, so he goes mad. That's what Mama says.
I think your mama is a wise woman, and you can tell her that from me.
He nods and hurries over, and you see that she immediately shakes her head, clearly rejecting the compliment.
Of course, she's too humble to do so. But now, conduit question. Based on the history, is about a year and 3 months when he disappeared, or is the timeline off?
It would be maybe a little... He disappeared maybe a little before that, so maybe he did something else before.
Gotcha. Maybe he was bounced around by gold things until he fell here. Who knows? All right. Okay. And all right.
Owain, are there other actions you would like to take after you shape your little thingy?
You said they have a cottage. What sort of century cottage are we
They
talking
have a
about?
couple cottages. These are like early Bronze Age, like very early.
So they do not even have like a, what would you call it in English, a parapet near a window?
No, they wouldn't have anything like that. You would call it a sill, typically.
Okay. Is there a table outside at least? Like
Yep,
that
they
moves-
have some little
Yeah,
standing tables to store things.
Okay. I will, without making too much of an eye contact, but not necessarily avoiding it, I will just gently place the animal there as a gift. And Owain does something in between a bow and a nod of acknowledgement. From his homeland, they do not necessarily have ranks per se, right? But they have this culture of like treating relatives very well, very politely, and elders and such. So something like that.
Yeah. What would he do afterwards?
Just go back to digging, I suppose.
Yep.
Honestly, Owen could get used to the life here, so.
Yeah.
I
Jasper,
think is it fair to say that Owain would be more proficient at this with his claws than with the hoe? he's using?
tremendously.
Oh yeah. So I'm going to be doing that with like no rush, no need to brag or anything. I'm just going to be like clawing at the dirt.
And slowly but surely, Jasper would, and Owain would notice too, that members of the family would come about their chores as well, no longer so scared of Owain as to stay away from him. They go about their chores in the garden as well, helping and assisting and doing their own thing. But what would Jasper like to do from here?
The only other thing Jasper wanted to do is ask the boy, we did eat some of the food that you left. Is there anything I could do in return for the gift?
And he shakes his head and says, "That was a gift to the man in the hole. Did he give it to you?"
He did say we could eat, yes.
Then there is nothing we would request. It is very polite and humble of you to acknowledge this, though.
I know everything you make here is a labor, and I don't want to take from
It is a labor,
something
but
you can't
we
afford to
we
give.
make in surplus.
Do you?
Yes, we do. It is very warm here all the years. Above it gets cold sometimes, but here it does not. And we bury things in the earth, and it keeps them warm, and we seal them so that they do not rot. And we have, he gestures around, buried, we have probably 6-7 months worth of food.
Are there many people down here?
You can see him almost counting in his head.
Mm-hmm.
I know of a few hundred, maybe. But it's big. It's a very big place. It could be more.
And just curious, any stories of how your people came to be living down here? Just always been?
He looks up at the sky and he says, "Lots of stories. The ups, they get too greedy, and perhaps this is where we are taken care of and protected. It's a long translation, but He shakes his head. I don't remember it.
What do your stories tell you about the golden ones?
They are there to protect us from the ambition of above. And they reward the humble. The hard work, you know? They who don't take.
Interesting. Well, I thank you for your hospitality and your time. We must see about what to do with the man in the crater.
I hope that the man in the hole can return to where he belongs, because if he is from above, then he should go back above.
I fear getting him to agree is going to be the problem.
He nods quietly and says, if you need to spend time, we have places to sleep.
If we need it, we'll be back. Thank you kindly.
He hurries over to his parents and begins talking to them. The pack animal brays nearby where it's hitched.
Time to go, great one. He just says over to Owain,
Owain, who is happily
sarcasm
digging.
dripping. Yeah.
That does get a genuine chuckle out of Owain, I think. So, to be fair, Owain is ambitious in so much that he always is like striving to do better and be more powerful in quotation marks. But he's never really striving to have any position of power ever.
Of course.
He's perfectly fine with doing this. So he just looks up and, here you go. I will join you later, maybe. And he's going to be, an assumption I want to make. I'm expecting that this ground below is going to be full of stones, hidden deep, right?
Quite certainly.
Well, that is hard work that no one will do. Owain doesn't have actually his Earthshapers on. The only thing that he has on is Wishivanka and his training weights still. So he's going to be using a bit of the sort of like latent magic that is natural to his kind, sort of like using some sort of light lithomancy, but only for the gardening work, as pretty much everyone does back home. And he's just going to be like reaching into the dirt and with great, actually, like exerting a lot of strength and a lot of stamina just to do this, like pulling the stones out from below one by one so that the roots can take shape. Going to be taking like lifting it above with a lot of stamina again expended, and then just like plopping it down near the gate. I want to do 2 + to spirit check. They wouldn't really appreciate if I would try to fence off the area for them, right? Because like that would be claiming ownership of something. I don't think they would do that.
Yeah, I could see Owain feeling a little weird about that.
All right. I think in that case, he's just going to be building like a nice little humble of tower of stones somewhere where it is not in the way.
Yeah, taking them all out of the garden and making something cool
Yeah,
out of
yeah,
them.
so that the roots can, properly grow downwards and such.
Yep, absolutely. And with your big claws, this is quite easy.
Yeah.
As Owain is doing so, and Jasper trots back over to the crater, Bolg has been digging. And Marbod has been digging. And the two of you have been digging in completely companionable silence. Will Bolg do anything else, or will he be digging?
Digging.
When Jasper returns, he sees that Bolg has unsurprisingly made pretty stupendous headway in his digging, and Marbod has made frickin' impressive for a person, but nonetheless much less than a Bolg progress in his digging. You hear no words between them, but nor is there any electric sense of tension or enmity between them.
And Jasper just motions Bolg up to join him. Cool. I've got 2 incommunicative people to deal with today. All right. Is Owain with me, or did I leave before
Nope,
he was done in the garden?
You left him in the garden.
I'm
Okay.
digging.
Jasper is holding the weight of the mission right now.
Jasper's
Mission
like,
is
well,
called
emergency
Diggy
ping
Diggy
out. You
Hole,
guys
and
have
you
fun.
can convince me of nothing else.
I was gonna say, well, guess it's an emergency pig out. Enjoy digging, guys. I don't know. No. Um. Yeah. Yeah. The next part of the plan really kind of depended on talking to the rest of my group. So I
Indeed.
guess I'm just gonna have another snack of cheese while I'm waiting for Zoe to come back from his gardening. So
And after having a little bit of food, the area around him would remain quiet, and people would be digging. Jasper could totally take a nap if he wanted, but if he has other actions he'd like to try, given that neither of his teammates have given him any inclination that they're coming anytime soon, then he's welcome
yeah.
to.
I think Owain's plan, though he wouldn't have said it out loud, would at this point generally be like spend a few days here.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
He is in no rush to leave.
I'm so glad that Bolg and Owain are on the same page.
If your plan is to outweight the madness, I don't think this is going to work.
Oh, it's going to work. 4 pluses to will.
Good work. It's gonna be 5, 3 pluses to will.
I'm like, and 3 months later, he dies. Well done, guys. It's not.
I mean, does he need to be brought back alive?
The answer is
I'm
yes.
assuming so. Yes.
Now, Jasper, do you want to wait? Or do you have something else you want to try?
All right. When it's quite clear that nothing's happening here, I will go back to the garden and find Owain.
Yep, who is also busily, non-communicatively gardening. But is
At
also not shooing you
least
away.
At least there's vegetables involved. There's a point. Anyway. But he just leans down. So are you hoping to cure his madness by gardening, or is there a step 2 to what you're doing here?
Well, something like that, I suppose. We can always just wait. There's no need to be impatient, is there?
He's been digging for a year. If he was going to snap out of this doing what he's doing, it would have happened by now.
And why shouldn't we give him time? We barge in and we demanded that he leaves.
Well, they say insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. So I guess you two have decided to join him.
Well, this is a pleasant place, is it not?
The person who builds skyscrapers for a living looks around at the hamlet. Yeah, it's nice.
Owain pretty much lived in something like this, except they had like actual radios and like all-time TVs. So this is fine to him. Well, he does remember his home now, so why not let him think a little? Does Jasper say anything to that?
Well, if
I'm not insisting that you need to do gardening here with us, but
no, it's like if that's the play.
Owain would like in his mind object to that a little bit, like, but that's not a plan, that's what I'm doing. I'm just doing gardening.
I think the fact that you have no plan is Jasper's problem. Jasper has not had a plan since age 12. Okay, that's how his mind works. So
if you have any ideas, please feel free to tell me, but I'm content doing what I do. for now.
We taking force off the table?
Of course. Why would we do that? I have said that I will bring him back on if he's not harmed. Why would I try to harm him?
Well, I don't think you're helping him either.
Well, maybe not yet. Owain is going to like pull out a large boulder out of the garden, and he's just going to look to Jasper like, "Are you going to help with this one?" Like that's a particular heavy one.
Yeah, no, Jasper leaves him to his gardening. You've made a choice. Anyway.
And then Owain is going to reach him with his claws. Especially with the training weight still on, right? Just like dragging it along the ground.
Indeed. And Jasper,
You know what? No,
now,
like
what-
if this is a particular large rock, I think he's just going to grab another rock. He's just going to start chiseling away at it, like
Sure.
splitting it into halves.
Jasper, where will you be going? What will you be doing?
I was going to say, just getting into this spirit of domesticity for a brief moment, Jasper will just kind of walk around the farmstead compound, and any piece of the buildings or fence or whatever that needs repair, it's done. I've got the toolbox for skill and time, apparently. So
Well, more notably, as soon as fencing and housing is being repaired, members of the family descend to assist. They transport materials. They defer to your suggestions. Even though you have a language barrier, you can still indicate and like suggest and sketch things out.
I'm very good at drawing plans in the dirt. Yeah.
Quite. And even better, after a couple hours of this, they call the dinner time. And dinner is spectacular and is very good. And you're both welcomed in. And all the meantime...
I've never had roast llama before.
Exactly.
Uh,
Roast llama, crickets, and like honeyed milk. It's a wild combo. And all the while, Bolg and Marbot are digging. And then after that, after dinner time, the family ushers Jasper and Bolg into one of their gigantic longhouses and draws them up beds by a fire. And it's comfy and llama smelling, and you hear the children playing with each other as the lights are going low and stories being told in languages you can't understand, and little dexterity games that they've created, like trying to balance a little rolling log, like along a long stretch of thin wire until it gets to a hole. It's just little homey domestic things. And night is indeed falling, even though it's so overcast and the sky is still gently golden.
I have
and
one
there's
thing
in
to
theory
do.
no sun. So yeah,
Indeed.
that's a neat trick. Okay.
Yeah, what is it, Tomáš?
Owain would absolutely not refuse any of the food. He would have some. I think, in fact, like as he's eating, they would maybe consider the amount of food that he eats like somewhat non-humble. He's been working a lot.
Yeah.
But he's going to be trying to make some conversation. What I think genuinely attempt to learn at least a few local words. These people to him make more sense than any other humans he has met so far, to be honest. So I think like make a little bit of an attempt to learn a few words.
Absolutely.
But
it's not hard. It's a
after-
pretty easy language.
But after he has the food, rests for a little bit, interacts with some people, he's just going to go back to the garden. He's not going to be sleeping in the house at the very least, and he's not going to be sleeping yet.
Yep. And Jasper, would you tuck in for the night, or would you be getting up to do stuff?
Yeah, I don't see where I'm going to be any more useful during the day. So yeah, I'll take a good night's sleep
Sure.
and attack this in the morning.
And Bolg, as the night goes low, you would eventually hear a dull thump as Marbot falls asleep almost on his feet and just kind of falls forward onto his face with dirt all around him. Would Bolg keep digging?
Well,
Digging.
I had a feeling. And as Bolg digs and Owain gardens, the night would pass quietly and earthily, and Jasper gets a lovely sleep. It's actually very cozy. They even
Owain
like-
is
They would even offer him the little pot that they offered Owain, and they show him to put it on his face so that his face doesn't dry out near the fire. It's cozy. It's just cozy little domestic time.
Yeah, no, these are nice people. If only I could understand them.
Precisely.
You know, really the only fly in the ointment here.
So to speak. Tomáš, you had a quick thing?
Owain is not going to be entirely up to all night. He's going to be working until he's like quite exhausted, but he's not going to be working until he literally collapses.
Yeah.
And I think after he dislodges the particularly large boulder, he's just going to make that hole a little bit larger and just going to sleep in a burrow pretty much for today.
And would Bolg sleep? My guess is no.
Digging.
Yep. And Bolg would eventually, before the sun comes up, hear the sounds of Marbod waking back up and going back to digging. And the day would continue. The sun comes up, the family wakes up early. Jasper is gently kind of coaxed awake with food. And they go about their morning chores. It's a farm. There's always things to do. There's more repairs to be done. A child excitedly points and gestures and chatters, and eventually the family would find Owain, that the child has found in his hole, and looks very excitedly that he's found Owain in the hole. But eventually,
Owain is definitely sleeping in. Yeah, just now, just sort of peeking out.
Yeah. And they would kind of like cover him with a little tarp, so to speak. Not like an actual tarp, but just like a cloth, so that he's nice and quiet while the rest of them are going about their work. And the day goes about its way. And as it does, something happens. In the morning, Marbod would pause. And he would set down an armful of earth and go over to the food and actually take the opportunity to eat, sitting heavily on the side of the crater. Would Bolg keep digging?
No. Bolg would approach, but not take the food, and look to it, and sort of like bow his head generally at Marbod.
Marbod just kind of like gestures a hand and like scoots over on the side of the crater.
Yep. Bolg will sit next to him. Take one of the pots, only one. And
he says,
You are not my lesser here.
I don't think I am. But these were given to you first.
I gave permission for you and the others to eat it. I did not rescind that permission.
You're right. Thank you.
Great. Tastes delicious. And as Marbod eats in silence, you see him just looking at the hole.
this guy. I will, outside of that, eat in silence.
And he eats a decent amount. Less than you'd expect someone who's been working for 18 hours. But as he sets the food pot to the side, drinks deeply from one of the milk pots and sets that to the side. Not looking at Bolg and staring out, he says,
When you reach it, what will you do?
Will you? If I had the choice, Bolg would cover it back up.
you can see that because of your two spirit, your answer rattles him slightly, and he sits a little straighter.
And then what?
Dig again.
He says,
I do not think I can reach it, but I think you can.
He says,
So much bigger. I never think.
Maybe Bolg can reach it.
I don't think I can reach it. I will try, though.
Bolg thinks you can.
Once I could. Once upon a time.
I'm gonna. This is the first time I'm going to like inspect Marbode. Like Bolg is gonna like put his face up to him and just sort of breathe in the power he exudes.
So deeply suppressed. So hidden.
Yeah.
But there nonetheless. Especially now that you've been around him so much. He says,
But even if I did, what would I do? Cover it. Dig again. Cover it.
and he says,
And if I were,
he gestures up to the sky.
the
He gestures with his hands.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But Bolg nods with a yep, those things.
He says,
it's not the right way to do it.
What is the right way to do it?
he taps his foot impatiently.
I don't know. I don't know anymore. There's no right way. Just dig.
Maybe.
You see his shoulders
Bolg.
slump. He looks defeated.
Yep. Bolg scratches his chin a little and says,
Maybe. Not that there's no right way to do it. Just no way to do it.
Bolg will stand up, having finished his food, having a significantly larger mouth than this man. Will place the pot, I'm guessing, next to another empty pot or something, or where he can figure out where empty pot go.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll get back to it.
Marbode does not join him.
And before he does, though, he will once again sort of tap the bracelet that he initially offered Marbode and just says,
Oops. The right way to do it that you look for will never come. Because the right way to do it can't be defined by you. Sometimes only others can make that choice for us.
and then Bolg will turn and continue digging.
Marbode doesn't join you. He sits there, watching. And after about 5 minutes of silence, he says,
Why did she call for me?
Bolg will turn rough to him. And he will then look up towards where Owain was and say,
Bolg does not know. I'm sure that Bolg was told, but Bolg does not have the connection to feel why. To know why. But the little one, very noble. The little one would know.
He stands up immediately and turns and goes stomping off towards the homestead.
I want to
Bolg
say one thing.
keeps digging.
Yep.
Owain would want to be the one to bring him the food and such this day, but if he is being brought the food like later on in the day, then Owain is for now working in the garden.
Yep.
But if he would see someone like going towards him with the supplies, he would offer to take them there.
Yeah, and I think for ease's sake, we'll say that is happening early in the morning today. They probably would bring it twice a day to him. And given that you and Jasper are the two who came from that area, the small boy who can speak Metro would be letting you know that he was bringing them out, and if you wanted to offer to take the food in his stead, you could.
Yeah, he would. And he would take it off the llama creature and just carry it.
Yep. Would Jasper take a couple armfuls as well?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
you
Jasper
guys,
will go with and share the load.
you guys leaving the homestead would see Marbod stomping out from around the strange spire forest that is just outside. It's the first time you've seen him do anything besides dig, and it looks like his legs aren't really used to walking like this, haven't done it in a while. But he kind of staggers gently towards you and eventually says, without any other preamble,
Why did she send for me?
I think Owain, as he sees him coming, he would be surprised, shocked, but he was just sort of, hello. Then as Dudley said, he would start setting the things down on the ground. Thinking back to how he has been tasked, Owain was genuinely very eager to accept a quest which seemed difficult, as that is kind of what he does, right? And he tries to help quite often. But was he actually told why she wants the general back?
She gave it in summary. The basic one is that she completely forgives him of any
which is
role
what
that
I've
he
said.
played. He also saved her, and also he was her greatest asset. He was her left-hand guy.
Yeah,
He was the second most important person after her husband in the Empire to her.
Yeah, no. That is what I was assuming. I believe that the Queen may have regrets about your fate, perhaps. Though I will not hide the fact that your talents in leading armies are probably sought after as well. I have not necessarily asked. It was not my place to ask.
So I am to be recalled to war again.
That is not the task I was put to. What I was told was to bring you back. If you wish to return to this place, I would be happy to aid you.
He says,
She brought us to the edge of this.
he points up to the edge of the cliff.
We conquered everything from the capital to here. In 2 years. War and marching on endlessly. We came here and she said that she would conquer beyond the chasm, you know.
Do you not think you could change that?
She had her engineers build a flying machine so that she could cross it. It was madness.
He says without a trace of irony about him.
Madness. It was only war. That was all she wanted was war. And I saw her fall.
He gestures up again.
I saw her fall in. And I knew it had to be done, even though I knew it was the end of me. You know that. And they brought me in chains. And when I was freed, I knew I was...
He shook his head.
My life was over then. And there's only one other thing I could do, and I saved her from...
And he reaches his hands out.
It was holding her.
He says,
but now she wants to make war again. Always war.
Well, you could always refuse, couldn't you? There are people who hold you in high regard. Perhaps they would listen to your word. I visited the place you come from briefly. I do think your people have strange priorities. Perhaps they would listen to someone such as yourself.
He straightens up and he says,
I will not come back willingly.
I will not take you by force.
I belong in the earth.
and the group of you feel an unusual badge ping as your mission objectives are updated. You as a squad may choose one of two options. Both of them succeed the mission. 1. Drag Marbot out of the chasm by force. 2. Enable him to commit suicide by digging. Those are the only two ways you can see the mission from here.
Would he hear that?
No.
The objective being updated.
Nope. This is just something that the 3 agents would receive through their badge internally.
Can I quite blankly just tell him what we have just been informed of?
How would you say it?
Our task was to bring you back. It seems that the task has changed. Either we are to bring you back or allow your passing here in peace.
He says,
I will not appeal to your mercy. If you try to take me back, I will fight. I need to dig.
Well, you're not digging now, are you? What changed?
I needed to know.
Do you want me to help? Perhaps if you wish to dig, your talents would be put to greater use helping the people who have been feeding you this whole time.
he gestures
Regard-
after Bolg and says,
He is digging.
So was I. And I would just he wouldn't even show this, but his Vishwanga would be full of dirt.
Yeah.
And torn, I'm assuming even.
he says,
I need to dig my hole.
Is it to dig just to dig, or are you trying to find something?
he shakes his head and he says, gesturing in Bolg's direction,
I don't know anymore.
he turns around and starts to trudge back towards the crater.
Alright. I think Owain will watch for a little bit. He would be having some snacks. I don't think he has had breakfast, so he's going to be taking some of the food.
Yep.
Kind of seeing if Bolg would still be on a break now, or not at this point?
No, Bolg's not on a break anymore. He's digging.
Alright. In that case, I'm near the crater, just watching for now, seeing if Bolg wants to say something.
Yeah, Bolg, any actions or are you just digging?
Once Marbode comes back, he looks at him and says,
Did you get your answer?
Mm-hmm.
and returns to digging.
Jasper and Owain, actions.
2 pluses to spirit. Am I welcome to start digging now?
Oh, given that Bolg is digging.
May as well, I suppose. I
And-
understand that this is some sort of a penance on your help, but do you not think if you want to do good that you could help the people that need to be helped?
And he says, "This is my hole to dig."
But why not do something which would help hunters? Why this?
He says, "This, I need to go down. They do not go down. They are well, and they do not need that. I need to go down. Deep."
And he's talking about the people living above, I'm assuming, right?
He's gesturing around as though he's referring to everyone.
No. What do you expect to find down there?
Earth.
And then?
More earth.
I dig with your hands.
Because it's my hole to dig.
You do remember. Then dig it with all the powers and might at your disposal.
No.
Get to where you want to be.
No.
You're missing the point, Jasper.
He's panting slightly.
No,
He
I'm
says,
not. I'm trying to waken him.
No.
No,
He
that
says-
time has passed.
And he says, after another moment of like focused and shuddering, he says, "Great deeds don't dig properly." He flexes his hands, puts them together and flexes them, remembering. But you can see that your words have aggravated him. And rather than dig, he just stands now on the slope of the crater, just kind of rocking in place, looking down towards the center.
I'm gonna look at Owain. I want to give Owain the most two-spirit look of what do you want to do. It's his quest.
What? Owain is definitely quite unsure. If he were to attack, Owain would definitely defend himself, but he's definitely not looking to help this man die, and he's definitely not looking to forcefully bring him up by arms. But I suppose he will still try to appeal to his sort of like sense of duty, even if it's not there. Well, you said that there were force fought. You are responsible for those, are you not? If you wish there to be no more, why not try to do something about it?
Because I need to dig.
Yet you do not.
He rocks back and forth, looking down. You can see his eyes widen and narrow and widen again. And you hear him growl under his breath. It would be so easy.
What would be easy?
He just shakes his head, still looking at the earth, and just says it again. Louder this time. It would be so easy.
And you want it to be hard.
It needs to be. It needs to be.
And Jasper is the first to see that where Marbod is looking, the earth has shifted down just like a centimeter.
Mhm.
Owain will stomp subtly and activate Geomorph to prevent the Earth from moving. But I'm fine with this being like a tug of war, but that's the Geomorph I'm doing.
Yeah. And as you do, you can see that Marbod tenses and looks towards Owain, and you can see that his back straightens up. Owain sees a fierceness in his eyes, and he also feels his geomorph pretty effortlessly but softly overwhelmed.
In that case, I think... Is he... This looks like he's going to be hostile, right? If I just keep challenging him on this.
If that was any indication.
Yeah. I think Owain will try his best to fight that. He's going to be like even sitting down, like not necessarily sitting down, but like crouching down, trying to physically lift up the earth. But he, as he does that, he's fine with being defeated, right? But he's making his point. Like, if you wanted to dig by hands, now he's just forcing him to expend more power doing this. He's breaking what he's sworn to do. So Owen is just going to crouch down and pull against the geomorph. Still, of course, the training weights. So that would definitely be actually, I think, reaching like dangerous levels for Owen, as he would be literally straining his arms to fight this.
And Jasper would see Marbod take a stance, sliding his body to the side, sinking his center of mass low, bringing his shoulders up and together. And Owain's counterforce is just effortlessly overwhelmed.
Mhm.
You see that Marbod is not looking at the hole anymore. He's looking at Owain.
You've made your point, Marbod. Dig how you feel you need to dig.
At the sound of his name, he stops, and Owain feels the pressure against his geomorph lighten as Marbod turns around towards Jasper. You can see that the fierceness in his eyes is still there, and his back is straight. You see, it kind of looks like he wants to say something, but you can't tell what.
Is Owen still pushing against the geomorph?
Marbod is lightened up completely. So Owain is no longer facing any opposition. Yeah, Lee?
So part of the reason Bolg has been digging is because Bolg has been wanting to feel this man. Know this man. Because even though he's suppressing a lot, he's also showing a lot and exuding a lot. Goo spirit over the last 14 hours. What's he feeling right now? Is this he has found his resolve, or is it like that he is sad, he is so hurt by the response of whatever he heard that he thinks this is the better alternative?
So during the 14 hours, all that you felt off of him was monomania. He had one desire, one goal. It is less...
But I felt it shift in the morning when we talked.
Yeah. You can think of it less like finding resolve and more that the monomania's monopoly is breaking slightly.
It's monopoly in the sense of...
It's monopoly on his psyche, so to speak. There are other things that are trying to push through it.
And here's my question: the mission update, the objective update, did that cancel out bring him willingly? Because you said
Yep.
it was by force.
There's two ways. One,
Or let
get
him
him out
die.
of the chasm by force or otherwise, or two, facilitate his suicide.
Yeah, by
Okay,
force
sorry.
or-
But it was the by or otherwise part. Like, is that the implication from the Enclave that he will no longer leave willingly? Period. Full stop. I'm just trying to understand the objective
leaving
given the
willingly
initial one.
was a big question mark in the first place. If you can get him out without violence, then that's great. But all you're trying to do is get him out of the chasm. Force is completely acceptable at this point.
I have an action.
Yeah.
Owain is not necessarily trying to actually fight him, yet that is what he's going to do. He has seen this personality shift in him, and I would imagine, even though the tremor sense is definitely no longer active anymore, he is stepping into that some of the sort of like latent power that he has at this point, right? Remembering it. Again, it is not Owain's actual wish to get him to fight, but he is remembering himself, right? And this is going to be like a sparring match. Like Owain was taught to sword fight. This is something that he will try to do here to remind him of that power that he has. Owain is actually, for the first time on this mission, finally going to take off the things on his wrists and feet. whatever.
Training weights.
The training weights, yes. And as those are let go of, I just want the dirt to catapult forward towards him. I'm not sure if he's going to see this. This is definitely not intended to be like a lethal attack by any means, but it is definitely like a spring sort of strike at him.
Yep. And Bolg and Jasper would see.
And Owain was previously like crouching down, trying his best to keep this up. Now he's just going to stand up proudly and just strike forward.
Yep. And Bolg and Jasper, any actions you'd like to take as you see Owain unleash a sudden, swift jab of earth, so to speak?
I want to look at the earth beneath Owain. What's that doing?
Yep. And Jasper, anything you want to do immediately before we resolve stuff?
No, Jasper's in shock that we don't want to hurt him. Just lunged at him. So
And the jab of earth smacks Marbode in the chest and caused him to stagger backwards. It clearly took him completely by surprise. And you guys would see that Marbode's face goes from its kind of heavy-browed, kind of crazy-eyed look to being upright. His eyes are wide. He looks shocked. Maybe that anyone would dare lay a hand on him, but it's not entirely clear exactly what he's thinking, but he looks shocked. And then Bolg, whose eyes are focused on the earth beneath Owain's feet, would see that earth bulge slightly.
Cool. This is the part where Bolg is going to breathe in. He has been tilling this earth. He has been touching this earth. He has been feeling this earth. And he would like to be the proverbial hand on the hilt as somebody begins to lash. And just with a geomorph that he was prepping and focusing for, and just sort of hold in as he says, "Yep." Yeah, as he will look to Marbode and say, "Are you sure?" And I'm not trying to put the force of, like, I'm not trying to fully stop this because he's open. There's lucidity. I'm trying to speak to the mind of a comrade that just woke up, who is already shaky about his resolve, and I want to and just enough pressure for him to think about it for a second.
Jasper, do you have actions?
Not at present. No.
Marbod pauses after taking his stance. Owain, do you have follow-ups after your jab?
Could I activate Tremor Sense on his behalf on himself?
That's a wild thing to say. Give me the paired action for that.
I was thinking just hitting him in the face with a circling stone. Sort of like, clearing up his mind.
Here,
and
let
of
me
course
help,
I would use
Bonk.
of course I would use Lee is gone.
He'll be back.
Of course I would use a statuette of one of the things that I have seen while I was in the arena. Well, the Kasmala statue should presumably still be around, I'm
Yeah, it's still
assuming,
here.
right? So as Owain is sitting on this pile of earth, which is erupting he's not going to stop. In fact, just sort of dig down further with his feet. He doesn't even have the huaraches on anymore, right? Those are completely gone. So just digging with his claws, grab that one single circling stone, presumably still somewhere in the bed, spin it around, and hit him in the face, activating the what is it called?
The tremor sense. Now, as Owain is reeling rearing up for this attack, Marbod's eyes would turn to Bolg instead. You can see that they are fierce and set. And as he does so, and as he turns to face Bolg, he says, "Why are we digging?"
Because you wanted to dig. And I would not let you do this thing alone. Because that would not honor the humility you're showing.
And he shakes his head. "No. Maybe why you dig. I dig because it is supposed to be hard. It's not supposed to be easy." And as he says it, the figurine whacks him in the face. You see that he reels again. His hand doesn't jump to his face, but instead he turns around towards Owain, lowering his brow heavily, and growls out, "Not easy at all." And he rolls his shoulders back, sinks his body low, drops his pelvis with his knees up into a low, deep squat, like a deadlift squat. And as he does so, you guys feel the crater move.
The crater he's been digging?
Yep. Which you guys are all
Move.
currently in, with Jasper kind of up on the lip.
Move to where?
Initially, you're not sure, but then you get the lurch in your stomach like an elevator as the crater lifts. Jasper, who is up on the lip of the crater, can see that it is ascending on a perfect plateau of earth that is ripping it up and out and into the air.
I will attempt to make sure I hop on to go with everybody else.
You were on the edge, so you're on the
Good.
side.
I'm stumbling forward towards the center then.
Yep. And as you do so, Marbod barks out, "Not easy! It's supposed to be hard, difficult. It is supposed to make my life miserable."
Why do you need misery?
He says, "We get what we inflict, don't we?"
Question. Because Bolg did, during part of the mixer, Bolg did, get books about the history and the culture from, oh my god, her name. Try the former Enclave agent.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no, the other one.
Quazandira.
Yeah. From Quazandira. I had asked her about that stuff, and she pointed me in direction. Can I get a little bit of the overall military, the previous military history of,
What is your instat? What is your instat?
My instat is base, but I had established this,
That's true.
I had
But
done the
Bolg
reading.
would not remember.
I don't need specifics, but what I am looking for is, have they been invaded?
Oh, that I can give you. The answer is not for an incredibly long time. Zalcora is extremely militaristic and has conquered like 30 nations.
Cool. That's the important part, because I was like, I was like, he's probably correct, given that they are just like, go eat other place.
They are super, super aggressive, and have been even before Kasmala was around. Her father was much worse than she was.
Mm-hmm.
All right. In that case, I will step forward with like with my weight on the rising plateau, and say,
And why don't you suffer in a way that benefits people? At least make your suffering matter. Otherwise, it is selfish.
And as you say this, he would turn and say, "What makes you think a life of service is selfless? In service to whom? In service to what? The only answer laid for me underground. And now the ground rises, bends to my will, controlled effortlessly. Effortlessly! You are now into the mist, the fog, with golden light sparkling around you. The plateau continues to rise. You don't know if it's just one gigantic column reaching all the way up out of the earth, or if he's literally lifted it out of the air like a flying saucer.
Mm.
I would know
says-
because I'm gonna do something.
Yeah, he says, "My life is a life of service. I have always served, always served. You would have me serve who then? You? Another? The people, whatever that means. A life of service is no less selfish." He says, "The only answer lay down deep. And I couldn't find it. And I gave up. And I take the easy way out again. Always the easy way out for General Marbod. Is that not true? Always the easy way. Freed from execution." He gestures up and around. He says, "Leading always the victorious armies." He gestures around. "Serving always the greatest warlords. Always the easy way, yes." He says, "And now, come to by you three." He says, "You three, who," and he at this point actually adopts a stance that looks, he throws out his chest and he says, for whom I am more than a match. Easily more than a match. Always the easy way for General Marbod, is it not?"
You pity yourself so much. Maybe we are an easy match for you. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe you can go back and say that you are just going to return to dig. Maybe you can go back and easily break the old arenas and sand pits. None of that matters. Because you've already lost. If everything is too easy, why challenge yourself? We can try to make it hard if that's what you want.
With mist all around you and golden lights glittering, Marbod says, "Your pity means nothing.
Yours means too much.
Do the other two have actions before I continue?
Yes.
Yeah.
I know I just used a geomorph. I'm fine with eating the consequences, though. I want to do several sort of like pillars of dirt springing up, just like Marbot is doing here. Because near the pit, I had left my fangs, and I think they stayed down there. So I want to do pillars of dirt just springing up around me, and just get all of my gear towards me. All my earth shapers, my huaraches, my sword. Owain is ready for combat.
And
He's
Jasper.
not taking an offensive action like ever, but he is
Yep.
just like in a defensive sparring stance, ready to deflect whatever is coming.
And Jasper, actions you would like to take.
Jasper is first just a quick stamp of his foot tremor sense to see if we are on a giant pillar or a floating rock.
And the answer is a giant pillar extending hundreds upon hundreds of feet and climbing.
Cool. If I wasn't terrified for my life, that would be very interesting. And yeah, Jasper's just edging towards the handle of his maul, but not taking any actions as yet.
Yep. And as actions are being taken around, Marbod stares defiantly at Bolg as he says,
For one who adopts so lowly a posture, you believe that I am pitying of myself.
He says,
What madness is this?
He says,
What grave insult to my honor and my decades of service, that even in my self-imposed exile, you come to me and say that it is an act of selfishness.
He says,
Even as I have you by my side, even as I address you eye to eye.
You don't. You are restraining yourself too much. This is just a shadow. Be you. Because it wasn't easy to make things easy. It was hard to get there, wasn't it? Or were you born with the world challengeless? Just because something is easy now doesn't mean it wasn't viciously, gruelingly hard. And Bolg is going to hold on, and as he says, he's going to put a hand on like a large scar on his upper forearm. Hard and painful to get there. And if you deny your efforts, then you are not General Marbod. Just a picture of one.
the mist around you swirls as the great column rises. It's rising at, again, the speed of an elevator, going quite fast. And as Marbod looks from Bolg to Owain to Jasper to Bolg, you can see that he takes the last armful of dirt that was in his loincloth and dumps it on the ground.
Not out of the pit. Interesting.
He widens his stance again, going very low. He's almost in a split, except with his feet flat on the ground and his legs out at square angles. And he says,
Then, if Kasmala sends those who bend the earth to bend Marbod, let them try. Let them break upon him. Or maybe they will break him. Either way, there will only be one hole left to dig.
his low stance gets lower still. And you guys would hear a crack as the great pillar, still rising, forms a split down the center, a fissure right between Marbod's legs. It begins as a hairline, but all three lithomancers can tell that that is going to split.
Do I have all of my equipment on me by now?
Making me remember things.
Huaraches,
I'm
Earth
pretty
Shapers.
sure,
Well,
yeah.
I had recalled them, right?
All the
through
ones that you listed,
gym.
I think you'd have back, yeah.
Okay. But I have time to put on my shoes, my Huaraches.
What's your skill?
Oh, 2+ to skill.
Yeah, I'd say you could.
Okay. And in that case, as Owain is ready to attack, again, he doesn't even actually want to hurt him. This is like the same sparring match that he experienced when he was training. He's just going to run forward, not even dodging the crevice, by the way, just like running like one left leg on the left side, right leg on the right side. Depending on the Huaraches to not just fall down the chasm here, but just like taking step there and there. And holding the sword effortlessly with one hand, 2+ to vigor, and the recently removed training weights, will try to go for like a one-handed strike, but with little actual effort put into it, like quickly, right? But little thought put into the strike.
And Marbod would bring one arm up, and you would all be able to see and know for a fact what he's doing. He uses stone skin, but isolates it just to his forearm and parries the sword with it.
Right. And if you're fine with me doing this, Owen would like to now put another hand on the sword. And he was sort of like leading with a strike as if he wasn't even trained to do so. But Owen is great at parrying, right? And that's why he always wields the sword by the blade, like has the card to work with. As he parries that, another hand goes onto the blade, and Owen wants to use the supernatural capacity of the bastard sword to parry and bring him to the ground. Just.
And as you do so, Marbod brings his arm down and around, isolates a stone skin on his other forearm, brings that arm around, and catches your sword in a bind that brings it low but keeps his body upright.
Okay. Is he holding more onto the blade or onto the guard?
Almost solely the guard. His hands aren't holding it, he's clasping it between his forearms. Before a follow-up from Owain, however, actions from Jasper and Bolg.
Well, seems it is time. Jasper tries to come around from one side, so hopefully he's not in the business end of the fissure that's being formed.
Indeed.
And just the moment he sees both hands get binding the sword, Jasper attempts to bring the maul down on his head.
Yep, absolutely. Bolg, do you have actions you'd want to be taking as well?
Yes, where is the sword compared to his body? Like, where's the bind?
Owain's sword?
Yeah.
It would be at chest level and off to his right.
Cool. Bolg is going to don his armor.
Mm-hmm.
And as he does, he is going to run forward for vigor.
The armor don will come first, and that means that
Yep.
only the other two are in the relevant area for the next action that takes place. From the bind position, Marbod twists his foot ever so slightly, and a ripple of earth pulses out in all directions around him, forcing Owain away. It's almost like a wave of earth, like kind of moving like that, just kind of forcing you backwards and away from him. And also it would push Jasper away from him on the other side. Huaraches means that neither of you are floored, which would effortlessly happen to anyone else in this position. But it's more like you're like riding a wave just backwards and away from him. It's a small one. It's not massive. It comes like just to like waist level, but it comes quickly and suddenly.
And Owain is very much willing to go with being thrown, but I would like to do a defiance here. As Owain was told during his training, when you're fighting, you will break a few swords. So he's going to be holding onto the blade, and the defiance is I want to break the blade, which is now in the twist, so that it like just loosens suddenly in the grab. And as he's being thrown backwards, at the same time he's going to activate his Earth Shapers and sort of like just punch towards him, and I want the guard to hit him in the face, as the sword is no longer now connected with
Oh, I
the
see.
blade.
Punching the guard.
Yeah, yeah. This is pretty much just Owain like doing what he was taught, right? He's just trying to be annoying, like showing like no matter how good your guard is, I can still get it through.
Absolutely. And as you do so, Marbod bobs his head to the side to dodge it as it whips past his ear. Jasper, at the same time as you, after being pushed back about 2 or 3 yards by the little ripple of earth, as Owain breaks out of the bind and steps forward, you see Marbod's head dodge to the side. Actions that you would like to take as a follow-up.
Pop my circling stones and have them circling round me.
Yep.
Send 2 in at Marbod as I try to rush back in with the maul.
Yep, absolutely. And as you do so, you see one actually catches him in the waist. And the second, he brings up like a shelf of earth right next to him to just block it. But it goes down almost the second after your stone impacts. Follow-ups from Jasper?
As I said, that was kind of the distracting move going in as I'm bringing a swing down with the maul.
Yep, absolutely. And as you bring the swing down with the maul, you see that Marbod, who is currently facing Owain, rolls backwards towards Jasper in like a tucked backwards roll, and would be coming in towards Jasper's like knee height. This is obviously happening very fast, and Jasper was not anticipating that, but he also has 4 pluses to skill. What does he want to do?
Let's see. Well, if I'm still swinging down, he's still in the right general ballpark. I'm just twisting around and making it more a croquet shot than a downward punch.
Yeah, absolutely. And this, it would force kind of a strange, like, you'd be off kilter, like your stance would be quite off kilter from it. But the maul does still catch Marbod on the side and cause him, even though it's not a great hit, it's still a rock maul hit, and it would cause him to like take to his feet a little off to the side, almost like a side spring away from you, while you were kind of staggering out of the way sideways. As you do so, however, Jasper would fear the earth under his feet vanish. Immediate follow-ups before he can even see what happens.
Assuming I could still see some earth from the pillar existing, a very quick geomorph to put out a stealth to catch him.
Yep.
Catch himself.
You drop like a foot down before catching yourself, and you find that Marbod had created like almost a perfect like crevice for you to just drop into. Whereas the rest of the pillar is intact. Bolg, at this point with armor on, you're charging in. Are you going straight for Marbod? Because at this point he has rolled, been knocked by Jasper, and is jumping back to his feet. You would be coming at him from his left side.
So Jasper looks okay?
He does. He's been staggered.
Swag. Sorry, good gif in chat. I will, since he got staggered, I'm running. I will, 4 vigor hit like a quick dash. I'm not gonna aim for him. I'm gonna aim for behind him, as I'm gonna take my rock maul and impact not straight down, but down and in at an angle to get that shockwave, since he's in the process of regaining his feet.
Yep. And as you bring down and in for the shockwave, you can see that Marbod, the earth beneath him, ruptures, and it launches him up into the air on a tight column that immediately retracts.
Cool. I would like to use a geomorph so that as it retracts with the impact, I want to send my own splinter from the down up of like a set of dart, like a jagged darting pillar inside his as it's retracting.
Yep. With the intent to
skewer his Achilles.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was figuring. I was just trying to figure out what
because he's going up, it starts to retract, which means he's going to be in the air. However, Bolg knows fast fighters. He is not aiming for where the Achilles is. He is aiming for as Marbod does this, and he's going to most likely torque his momentum in to whatever side he has an up hand for, and he's going to aim a little bit off that way.
And as Bolg strikes up the piercing jut, he hears the scrape of rock against rock from kind of above and over him as Marbod has vaulted over his head.
Perfect.
As this is happening, Owain, jumping back over to you, after Marbod rolled backwards and kind of parried Jasper and then goes vaulting over Bolg, follow-ups from Owain, who has obviously just discarded his hilt.
The hilt would still be in the air.
Yes,
right?
well, it's not still in the air, but it's still in the arena. Like it hasn't gone over the edge.
Oh, but it has landed.
Yes, it has.
Well, he's doing a lot of fancy fighting. I will do a lot less fancy techniques here. Circling stone thrown towards him. I do not actually care if that hits. I want to focus on my my hilt, sort of like levitate it up, and as if it were a circling stone. This could be like an arcane manifestation. Force it towards me. Oh no. Okay.
Normally, I would allow after multiple days passing, but this is we're judging it off of scenes.
Okay, so is Geomorph off cooldown?
Yeah, I will give you that for sure.
This may admittedly be a bit big of an ask. I think Marbod can sense very well what we are going to do with our Geomorphs ahead of time, right? He has tremor sense this, like I've seen as much, like he's reacting very quickly.
Though he is in the air case, right now.
Yeah, and I'm going to do the most minor tremor sense, Geomorph ever. I'm going to expend 2 of my circling stones. One is thrown towards him, sort of like intending him to just hit him in the face, but he's going to dodge it. That doesn't actually matter. Another one, I will make it look like has completely misfired. Will take an arching way up into the air and hit the blade, the remaining blade on the hilt, geomorphing that stone to sort of like catapult it towards him. You know, like putting force and just hit him in the back of the head with the spinning head.
Maybe with 5 pluses to skill, I would give you that as like a likely chance to hit. There's pretty much 0% chance that's gonna hit anything, but it will still fling the hilt around.
Yeah, no, well, I tried, so
now as you fire off your first circling stone, it whips past Marbod, who is currently vaulting over Bolg. The great spike that Bolg shot out launches up towards him, and Marbod barely manages to isolate a stone skin on his lower leg area to block it. But as he lands behind Bolg, he finally has all 3 of you in front of him. Yeah, Bolg thing.
As he's landing, tremor sense, bull rush.
And as Bolg is landing and turning to whip towards, immediate actions from Jasper as well.
Let's see, because at the moment, Bolg is directly between me and Marbod.
Yes,
correct?
He is.
Okay. Then I'm just trying to come around on the side and see if I can find an opening when I get over there.
Yep. And as you are circling, Owain, after your lobbed circling stone, that's not doing anything. It just misses the hell clonk. Actions that you would like to take.
Is the hilt at least catapulted into the air?
It might be wiggled on the ground a little bit.
Fuck. Well, I no longer really have a weapon. I guess I'm just going to wrap onto my yeah, sure.
You have garden shear.
Marbod has landed at this point, or
yes,
has he not yet? Do you know what? Whatever. I just drop to the ground, activate Shepherd, and sort of try to pull the rock onto him.
And as you
this is a very bad attempt, but I'm just trying to keep him occupied.
As you do so, with Bolg wheeling around, Bolg launches himself at Marbod with pretty exceptional speed, and Bolg can move pretty fast. And as he does so, Bolg faces a wave of earth as Marbod just launches up a big section of the earthen wall of the crater directly at him. It doesn't stop Bolg, but it does slow him down greatly.
I would like to roar in challenge, honing into my war paint to defy this wave.
That's actually a really cool defiance.
Through my perk dash, which already smashes through obstacles with exceptional ease. Of just, as far as Bolg's concerned, this guy is betraying the memory of him, and that is the worst sin.
And as Bolg pushes through, the other two would see that Marbod, with another stomp and drag of his foot, has caused half of the column to start crumbling away. The half he isn't on, which is, as it happens, the half that both Owain and Jasper are on. They would feel the ground beneath them shuddering and falling as that fissure he drew down the center begins to widen and collapse. It's not falling out sideways, it's like a controlled demolition, like a skyscraper going down, to which Jasper is, of course, very familiar. Immediate follow-ups from Jasper. In front of him, you see that Bolg is getting subsumed by the wave of earth. You hear him bellowing. You don't know what's happening with that yet. Owain's a little bit off to the side, but is also crumbling out. What does Jasper want to do?
Okay. How close am I to the part of the pillar that's not crumbling away? Am I a hop, skip, and a jump, or am I a that ain't happening?
You are the furthest person of the group from the safe section, so it'd be more than a hop, skip, and a jump. Again, it's not a massive crater. Think about it again like the size of a large house's foundation.
Yeah, no, I get that. And the cliff's edge, how far is that from me relative to the pillar, which is the closer jump to try for?
The cliff's edge could be pretty close, honestly, but with all the mist, you cannot see it.
Even with my safety goggles?
Oh, actually, with your safety goggles, you definitely could. It is, well, let's put it this way. It's not closer, right? But it is, what's a good analogy here? It is a very far circling stone lob away from where you are.
Okay. All right. Either way, is my geomorph off cooldown or not?
I'll give it.
Okay. In that case, with them both being kind of equally a bad option, I'm going to pull out just a geomorph, just again, a spar I can jump to scramble on to the safe part of the pillar.
Yep, absolutely. It would involve your legs going under it and your arms going over it. So you'd be, for the second time this mission, hanging, but you can climb your way back up with your rock maul safely on the ledge in front of you.
Works for me.
And so if previously you guys were on a circular platform, you are now on a half moon shaped platform.
Hemisphere, yeah.
Yeah. And Bolg, as you explode out the other side of the dirt, of like the earth wall, with bits of dirt flying over you, you would see that Marbod is ready for you. He is bringing up his hand, not in a punch, like he's nowhere close to you, but he's just like bringing up his hand in a punching movement like that. What does Bolg want to do? Bolg is still moving now much faster now that he is free of the earth and has defied it.
So I just hit a tremor sense. Do I feel like this movement is normally that a pillar is gonna come boop?
Well, yeah, you have two spirit. I'm gonna give Bolg a solid yeah on that one.
Cool. What I'd like to do is preemptively, since I bursted forward, left arm, like bracing with a proper R, so that as it hits, Bolg is going to use his 5 might to extend off it, getting a ton of reach, and one hand from the back of the haft slam the rock maul down.
Yeah.
Sort of looking to catch, take the force with my resilience, use my might to get extra added up, and bang.
And it's a good plan. There's only one small downside to it, which that it doesn't come out at that angle, it comes out at this angle. And so because of that, while Bolg is able to endure the force of it, it's not going to like floor him or knock the wind out of him or anything like that. That's wouldn't let him get close enough to get a good
In that
strike.
In that case, as I stop and it hits me, I'm just going to use the rock maul to launch a flurry of rock from one side, as with my left hand, I break the pillar in my hand.
And as you do so, you see that Marbod's fist, which has gone like this. He forks his fingers after doing so, and as you break off the rock, it explodes in your hand, and that hits with enough force to actually briefly daze Bolg. Immediate follow-ups as it bursts in your hand.
As it bursts in my... yeah, I'm still... If I'm going back anyway, and I'm still smacking from below and launching a flurry of rock at him. I've got my full plate on, so I've got like nearly full coverage.
Yeah.
Annoying, yes.
However,
yeah, I figure, if we're gonna be throwing rocks at each other, we're gonna be throwing rocks at each other.
And as Bolg is doing so, he is actually, again, given dazed in the fact that it blew up in his face, he is caught from the side by another one of these jutting, slamming rocks, which would, again, not knock him down, but stagger him. He doesn't know if his spray of earth has done anything. Before we do a follow-up with him, however, jumping over to Owain. Owain, given that you are on the side that is crumbling, though you're pretty close to the center line, what would you do?
I was trying to pull the dirt of rock underneath him, right?
Yep.
Did I do anything?
It would have been a fantastic idea were it not for the fact that you are currently falling, and the section of earth that you are on is no longer connected to the section of earth that he is on, so you don't have a straight through line with your earth shapers to work.
So I cannot even jump and reach for it, holding onto it with one hand?
If you want to jump and reach for it, it would probably take two hands. Well, no, I guess you could technically do one hand. Do you want to try to do it from there? It would just be a very awkward angle. You couldn't see him because you'd be holding on with one hand.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Jump, still, I hope, boosted by the training weights.
Still good. Yep.
So, jump up, one hand, just reach through the dirt, 2 pluses to might, duck a little bit, then use another hand to, get myself up. And my intent is that pretty much just as I'm pulling the rock of dirt underneath him, I'm just going to then spin around and hit him over the face with a wet towel of dirt.
Yeah. As you are doing so, Owain would be witness to Bolg getting staggered by another shelf of rock. But as he does so, he would also see Marbod bring his arms together like this, and while Bolg is staggered, 2 shelves of rock on either side of him would come up to slam him between them. It's that is a finisher. That's a very powerful strike. Just from the way that it's ripping up the column around it, that much is apparent. Additionally, Jasper, having clambered up yourself as well, you would also see this attack taking place with Bolg up ahead and Marbod just past him. Jasper is a little closer to Owain, but Bolg is between him and Marbod, whereas Owain has a clear shot of both. Actions from either of them.
Sorry, did Bolg get crushed yet, or is that going to happen?
No, this is in the process. You guys would see the earth starting to rupture up in those 2 great slabs to strike him.
Is Geomorph off cooldown?
It's a great question. I'm going to say no, but you could probably convince me with energy work.
I don't think I necessarily have one, though. Let's see. I want to throw my remaining sword blade, toss it like a javelin at one of the rocks, which is going to crush Bolg. To give it a bit more speed and a bit more power, I'm going to activate my Wings of Mercy to fly towards Bolg. So yeah, flying towards
definitely
him.
a danger this time.
Yes, he is.
Flying towards him, adding that momentum to my blade, which is being tossed into the stone. I want to activate Tremor Sense as it hits the rock, the singular one. And then as I fly in between the rocks which are about to crush Bolg and the blade, and I have tremor sensed the rock which is about to crush him, I want to hold onto the blade, and the Bastard Sword has supernatural parrying capacity, right? I mean, this is half of a Bastard Sword.
Oh god.
It's somewhat of a Bastard Sword. So I want to try to sort of pull it aside as much as I can, and I'm fine with activating Stone Skin to add a bit of weight to me, if that helps at all.
Jasper, actions you would like to take concurrently with this. either towards the Bolg getting squished route or other routes besides.
Okay. My way of stopping things is much more prosaic. Snatch up rock maul, prepare to smash column of stone as it's coming by before it gets to Bolg.
And as you do so, with Jasper being a good deal closer, Jasper's rock maul slams into one of the two shelves of stone. And if there's one thing a rock maul is good at, it's breaking a shelf of stone. And so as Owain goes like flying towards, he would see Jasper rush in from the side, slam one of the stone walls, and Bolg, rather than getting crushed between them, would get like, how to describe this? Whacked heavily by one of them and then kind of like clatter into the other one, which is in the process of breaking. Immediate follow-ups from Owain, who it turns out, even with Wings of Mercy, Jasper being a lot closer means that he could, like, Owain was not able to fully get there in time, but Owain can also take other actions from here. What does Owain want to do? He sees Marbot is already making other movements. He's already setting up other earth-shaping powers.
I have used tremor sense on this rock.
Yep.
Is this rock being affected at all by anything?
Besides Marbot?
Yeah, well, yeah. Is he like casting anything on it actively? Is this rock about to be shaped by anything?
Yes.
Do I know what that is, or do I just know that that is going to be happening?
It would be to Owain's sensibilities a geomorph. Seems like Marbot can stack them.
Yeah. But I do not know how it's going to be shaped, right? I have no idea.
At a guess, since this was just the one that thudded into Bolg, it is probably something that will further assist in thudding into Bolg.
Yeah. Do you know what? This is not going to be a fight of three little monsters. I'm just going to turn to gardening. I have cast a tremor sense on it. Yes. I want it to become overgrown with flowers. And I'm going to do one thing. I have my blade embedded in it, at least, right?
Yep.
And Owain is going to do the one move with which he defeated his mentor as he was learning how to do sparring, right? He had the sword stuck in the ground and turned the sword into a warhammer, pretty much, and just like hit him with the sort of like geomorph blade. I want to do a defiance standing on the ground, holding onto the blade, which is now the handle of the warhammer, to bring the sword, bring the hammer, like holding onto the blade, over my head towards Marbot. If that works or not, that's kind of up to him, right? If he can use a geomorph in time. But regardless, I want to conjure a bunch of flowers on that stone, and I want there to be an explosion of pollen.
Now, quick follow-ups from Jasper after cracking the shelf of stone that was going to crush Bolg. Jasper would see the other one burst into flowers for some goddamn reason, and he has no idea what Marbot is doing. Immediate follow-ups from Jasper before we get back to Bolg.
Okay. Is my geomorph off cooldown from leaping to the spire?
The little shelf that you created, it is not yet off cooldown, though again, with energy work, you could convince me.
Okay. Since this is the first time I have attempted to use this perk, let me run by the thought in my head.
Let's hear it.
I have put a perk on Geomorph called Reaching Deep. And basically how that works is if I thrust my hands into the dirt, my range on Geomorph becomes mid and not low.
Oh.
What I want to do, but it immobilizes me because my hands are literally thrust into the earth.
Yeah.
I want to thrust my hands into the earth, reach out to the rock of the cliff wall, and get basically my two hands come out as fists of stone coming into the back of Marbot's head from earth that he is not paying attention to.
That is such a cool play. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Give me some additional paired action juice on the geomorph.
Okay.
Give me a moment to think.
First
I
off,
can give you a moment to think.
No. The maul comes down. Jasper squats at his feet, thrusts his hands directly into the earth, just melding into them up to his elbow. he is looking at the striations of rock through his safety goggles. He remembers all of those times in those canyons back home. He knows those strata. He knows the stones. He is reaching out to that and wills the arms to come out from the far side as just an extension of his arm coming at the back of Marbode.
Yeah. And Bolg, after being staggered and then slammed by this big shelf of rock, it's again not super common. Bolg takes a hit that will actually make him like blink, but that one was a rattler. He is bye Lee. He'll be back. I guess before I do that, Owain, over to you. No, never mind. Not over to you because Lee's back. Why the heck has that happened to you?
Oh no! Discord keeps
Lee.
just like blipping and then the window closes. I've never had this happen before.
That's so weird.
This
Anyway.
was a simulation of Bolg actually blinking upon being
Yeah,
hit.
exactly. Getting boom.
I blame the snow. Anyway.
As Bolg is rattled to the side, again, his head is winking from that one, and it definitely was a pretty substantial hit. And he's kind of like mushed from one side by the bigger rock, but the damaged rock is kind of like gumming up his lower legs on his left side. He can move, it's just more awkward. There's more stuff in the way.
Safety goggles. I want to look through everything and make sure I can see what's going on at Marbode.
Yep. And at
Do I
Marbode's
see the
feet,
hands?
you can see something even more substantial. There's two things you can see through your safety goggles. One, you can see that Marbode has sent two little hairline cracks around just the tiny section of the column that he is standing on, clearly with the intention of causing everything else to fall away and him to be standing on this one massive column. That's one thing you can tell. Second thing you can tell is that Owain, who is pretty much right next to you on top of the big rock that is now covered in flowers for some damn reason, Bolg's nose is full of pollen, is like pulling a little, how to describe this? He's doing the stuck in his thumb pull out a plum, but with half of a sword and a piece of rock instead. And that's just off to your side. And behind you, with your, actually no, it wouldn't be behind you. It would be just to your side. You can hear rather than see Jasper jam his hands into the ground and the cracks of his lithomancy going down the column.
A weird idea.
Let's hear it.
I see that this hairline fracture. I see this choice to separate. This choice of Marbode to push away and to isolate.
Yep.
Fuck that shit. I would like to try something. I don't know if you'll let it happen.
Let's hear it.
I would like to draw off my spatha,
Yep.
which again are these elfin tusk swords, and I would like to jam them into the earth, as I also would let my hands sink into the rock. And I would like to use Geomorph with my perk, and I would like to have to feed into the fact that this is all like the earth around me is all the earth from the crater.
Yep.
This is all stuff that this is all earth that I've felt, earth that I've touched, earth that I've moved and been around and stepped through. As I focus and wait for it all to break, I would like these to sacrifice the spatha with an arcane manifestation, so that as the pillar breaks, treating that as as destroyed being, I would like to pull many spathas with the effect of when you from a slain entity. This is slay the spire.
Oh God.
As using that to effectively create a iron scaffold that also happens to be jutting forward.
Consider
with these small blades.
I want to hear more about the paired action in a moment, but before I do so, Jasper, do you have some more paired action for your energy work here?
Let's see. Done the established of coming into the earth, talking about my affinity with the Knowing
Yep.
the rocks, knowing the stone.
That is a fantastic start, as
I'm-
absolutely needed. The big one is overwhelming the cooldown.
I am just casting my mind back to the time on the train in Narvel where I was stretched to the farthest limits I ever had. And it's like, people are going to die without this. I need to sacrifice whatever's inside me to get this done because I am not going to fail people that I'm working with again. And I push as hard as I can past my limits to get this to work.
And Owain, as you draw out your lollipop rock on a sword, and you brandish it at Marbod, you see he's looking at you. He's impressive. He's in control. He's dominant. This is an effortless parry for him.
Mm.
What would Owain do?
Is Geomorph of cooldown?
No, but again, you could convince me to pressure it.
We keep asking that. Anyway.
Phew. I don't know how I could do that. Quickly looking at my items, I do not really have a lot. Do I see a specific action that he's taking?
So right now, you can see that he's again in his low stance, and you can see that rather than his arms being out in like a fist, like a fighting position, you can see that he's instead kind of like crossed them among themselves, and he has his hands kind of like circled, almost in like a, I guess, a hand sign sort of way. You could maybe say something kind of like this.
You know what? This whole time he has been parrying everything, so I'll give him something to parry. I grab my Prima Materia and I just chuck it at him, but not before just like shaping it a lot. And I just want to chuck this Prima Materia at him, and sort of like really quickly shaping it, even as it's flying. I want it to be just changing shapes all the time into like little ceramic figurines, pots, vases, plates, whatever. Just trying to keep him occupied for now.
And as you do so, Marbod brings his forehead in and breaks it with his forehead.
Okay. And
he brings his arms down, and Owain can feel his stomach lurch as he feels the section that he is on beginning to crumble.
Oh. How much is it beginning to crumble? With my
just the very beginning of it.
Okay. I suppose there's no time to be logging around a sword stuck in a enormous boulder. Very well then. In that case, I want to try to like reach for the flower. Is manifestation of cooldown, by the way?
You know what? I'll give it to you at last. We've had a day of gardening.
Reach for the flowers, and as Owain takes a desperate leap towards the column, just as I was trying to do the sort of like wet blanket thing with dirt, I'm just going to do a wet blanket thing with flowers full of pollen. Like, try to parry this. He cannot. Just
Parry
hit him in the
this, you
face.
fucking casual. Parry pollen.
Hit him in the face with a bunch of flowers.
And as you do so, you see that Marbod's eyes close. And in that moment, there's a bursting sound on the cliff face, which you guys now can see. The reason being is that the column has risen so high, it's at the top level of the canyon. And where here the mist is boiling out and therefore is not as quite as blanketing as it is before, Jasper's geomorph bursts out from the far wall. It doesn't come out perfectly as his fist. It's kind of a long ways for his fist to go. Instead, it's two like bursting like stones that go launching out.
I'll take it. Yeah.
And with Marbod's eyes full of pollen, and more notably, the cliff not being connected to his column, the stone catches him hard in the back of the head. Immediate follow-ups from Owain and then Bolg.
Do I still have control of my blanket of flowers?
I'm not going to say control. You have a suggestion of a perhaps maybe if you ask nicely, it'll do kind of what you want. But
Yeah,
nothing
okay,
better
well,
than that.
So the blanket still is somewhat of a blanket, though, right? Like in form.
Loosely.
Activate Earth Shapers, tear it in half, like holding onto the earthy roots of the flowers. I want to cover my Earth Shapers in these flowers and just lunge towards him. I guess this couldn't be an activation of Wings of Mercy, could it, if I'm attacking? No, like, realistically, I'm protecting my
Wings of
teammates.
Mercy.
We are freaking-
Punch.
we are kind of dying here.
Best defense is a good offense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will give you one flap of the Wings of Mercy.
Sure. Sure. And I want to, like, slam towards him full force with my Earth Shapers embedded in the flowers and just... Owain is kind of expecting not to even reach him. He's expecting to be intercepted. If that happens, just toss the flowers at him.
And thanks in no small part to Jasper whacking him in the back of the head,
Yep.
Owain is not dodged, and he is not parried. And the blow slams into Marbod's collarbone and sits him onto his backside. Bolg,
Yes.
your
So-
lattice is not going to be one of steel, but it is one of stalactites.
That's fine.
Blade-shaped
I would like
pieces of
I would
stone.
I would like to alter that then.
Yep.
As they begin to form, as I crush my the spatha in my hand, I want I want to push the metal into my palms,
Yep.
so that the tips of each stalactite are hemmed with a small metal pin, like a small metal tip.
Ooh.
As I
really
just
interesting.
call out with full volume of 2 vitality volume, and if as I just say, let's break. It
You
didn't
cut
come
off
through. It didn't come through
completely.
because I yelled because the mic does the peaking thing.
Yeah.
Then let's make this hard, as I would like to Iron Maiden him all throughout his
Oofa.
limbs, not his torso.
And as Bolg does so, the scaffold of stalactites burst up, and Bolg's eyes explode with color as vivid hallucinations start to rim around. And at the same time, with Marbod sitting and stalactites like fragmenting around him and manifesting, and Jasper's hands shakily coming out of the earth, and Owain standing over Marbod with his fistful of flowers still there, you would all feel a groan and a shake as the column starts to tip.
In the right direction, or
It is
just
tipping in the direction of the cliff face.
in the correct side? I'm hoping.
Yes, you can't see the far side. I'm going to say right now, not if, but how would you like to try to land this fall against the cliff face? There are, again,
Wings.
a handful of shelves. Oh, yeah, Owain has wings. Who do you want to try to save, Owain?
I do feel terrible about my teammates. I hope they will make this work, but I want to grab Marbot.
Of
And
course you do.
grab-
And as Owain
Grab
scoops
Marbot.
up Marbod,
This is the first time that Owain is not really holding back at all in a fight for the first time. And this is a serious moment. I think he just like generally grabs him under the neck, sort of like bringing him up. This would be very painful, I imagine. But like with wings of mercy, fly towards a safe destination and like throw him to the ground. Not necessarily throw him as to damage him, but this is not going to be a nice landing for him.
and as Owain lifts him, the Iron Maiden of spikes rake into Marbod's skin, and myriad teeny cuts and lines of red trace down his body. And as he is pulled out of it, you can see that a little piece of him goes with it, just a little bit of flesh that got hooked onto it. And as he is being flown across to be body slammed into the frickin' top of the cliff, Jasper, what do you want to do about this as you are tipping?
Hi. Since I know Geomorph is not available to me
Yes.
right now.
Geomorph is not available in your area.
I'm not even
right now.
asking that question. Right. At this point, I'm just waiting for the column to get close enough for me to make a running jump, ice axe in hand, hoping to just get enough clearance to slide to a place where I can stabilize myself.
Yep. And I have 3 questions for Jasper. 1, what is your luck
Go
stat?
for it. None.
Excellent. 2,
Baseline.
your skill stat is 4, correct?
Right.
3,
4.
do you still have your huaraches on?
I do.
Thank
Never
fuck.
took 'em off.
And as he leaps and slams the ice axe into the wall, it skids and his huaraches catch. And they make his feet not slip out as his hand and ice axe hold firm as the column sinks and crumbles and slams into the cliff face around him. Bolg, how are you landing? You are hallucinating vividly.
But I roughly know where I was. Even if the world around, like, you know, Bolg saw what was around him and then everything shifted.
Yep.
So either, but, and like, what, you know, everything else was just, it started to collide this way.
Yep, towards the cliff wall.
The way Bolg always does, baby. Horns first.
And as he falls,
Because I just did this, so as I'm falling, I already have forward momentum because I was down.
yep,
And I just fall because what I start to see is I feel like this would bring me back to Whiteface.
oh, that's a cool one. Yeah,
Because
what a callback.
the concepts of like avoidance and separation and goo easy all bring back Grupp's various labors, that Herculean bastard. And it would go back to that moment underwater, speaking with this entity of antithetical moonlight. And I just sort of, especially with creating the stalactites where she was very sharp and pointed, I just sort of want to fall back into her and let my, and try and, just like a missile and grab. Not yet sure if to coddle or to kill.
And as you slam headfirst into the wall,
5 resilience.
Yeah, no
5
way
life.
falling unconscious.
3 will.
Owain would slam Marbod into the dusty, barren earth at the top of the cliff. He would lay there for a moment, with Owain still flying, kind of like a couple feet above the ground. What would Owain do?
He was thinking of landing immediately. But he does not trust this man. He does not want to be standing on Earth, just to be sure, on dirt.
Mm.
But I think he kind of has to. Owain is going to activate Stone Skin, very briefly. Just sort of like tense up as he's falling down, and going to shed off the Stone Skin immediately. Sort of like energy work it, passing it towards Marbod as a coat. With the Stone Skin, Owain just wants to stop the bleeding. Try his best at stopping the bleeding with the coat of clay. I'm so sorry for that.
And Marbod laying on his back, with his body kind of sideways. He would move slightly, and then he would kick his leg around and almost like kip onto his feet.
Mm.
The stone skin still covers him. But you can see that he would slough away enough for his face to be free. He's not smiling, but his fierce eyes, as they settle upon Owain, would say, "Why do you apologize? Do you think that was too easy?"
Certainly not. Owain wouldn't say this, but I think his voice would betray that this was perhaps the first time that he felt a genuine challenge facing anyone at all.
And as Marbod stands high, he shifts his foot, and you hear a cracking in the cliff. And Jasper and Bolg, as they are trying to get themselves into a comfy position, would find that stairs cut into place under their feet, leading up.
Yeah, that might be a trap, but I'm too tired to care.
I would like to try to give myself a heartening.
You can do that.
As I feel the stairs, I would like to pitch that I can smell his magic in this, as it's in my face, and we've been fighting into this utter mastery. And I just want to say to myself,
Finally, he makes a way to get back up.
and break out of the hallucinations enough to come to my feet, even if it's not for long.
And as Bolg climbs, and Jasper climbs, Marbod looks to the two of them, looks to Owain, turns away from the cliff, and says over his shoulder, "Tell Kuzmala she can expect me."
Very deep bow from Owain.
And you would all feel your Enclave badges ping.
Wait. Aha.
Yeah. Final actions.
Okay.
Yes.
I think that was in character. Anyway, go on.
I reach into the ground, dig for a moment, as everyone hears a faint little squeak. I withdraw a tiny green-white toad with purple speckles all over him and a single orange line that leads to a pointy nose, and I hand it to oh, I just forgot his name. God damn it, Marbod. My brain said Modoc. I'm like, that's not right. And I hand him the toad, and I just say,
Drink of this toad.
And Marbod, rather than questioning the logistics of such an operation, says, "When I need it."
I nod. I do not bow, but I do give and I ping out.
Final actions from Jasper.
Yeah, assuming Bolg knew what he was doing, I do the same gesture and also ping out. I'm just tired.
And final actions from Owain.
I don't think Marbot is going to be in a talkative mode. I raised Owain, and Owain is actually quite unsure if he's not going to change his mind, so may as well leave now before Owain says something that, makes him just want to crawl back into the pit.
And on that note, we will end the mission. Wow.
That was so much. I have to go.
Yeah,
Mission name buried deep.
that's a very good mission name. I'm pretty much A-okay with that. You guys okay with that?
Yeah,
Yes.
that works for me.
All right, you bop late. I will finish up with everyone else.
Thank you. I was Lee. This was Bolg. Love you all. Bye.
Thank you, Bolg. Thank you,
All
Lee.
right, love you.
Yeah, for the record, that is the officially single longest mission I have ever hosted in Advent. And I did a couple of things.
Yay!
One, I made a design that I thought was going to take more than a day of in-game time. And two, I gave you guys an updated objective. I don't think I've ever done that. And it was a choice objective, which is really rare.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope you don't mind the very unconventional liberties I took with this design.
Oh, not at all. Loved it.
But hopefully it felt
You had objective changing in the mission with like golfing and the headless horseman.
that's true. I don't think I let you guys choose though. I don't think I let them
No,
choose
no,
what
no,
that
no.
was. But this was a choice
for
objective.
sure.
The Enclave in this case was like, yeah, we will receive payment from either Kasmala or Marbod. So we're fine. You can choose. Yeah, that's that. This was a lot of firsts for this one. But I hope you didn't mind and enjoyed the more ambient feel that we got about halfway through. We had the crazy logistical beginning, the ambient middle, the big fight end. I was trying to have it cover a lot of bases because it felt like a special one. Now, of note, you guys remember how Kasmala conquered to the edge of the earth and was described as going mad?
Yeah.
That is because Zorn can sometimes drive people insane. And that was the same too with Marbod. And what snapped Kasmala out of it? Losing. Because as he was saying, it's too easy for someone who has won and just kept winning. He needed to lose. So I felt like you guys were owed that explanation because it was not just random his madness. There was a method to it, so to speak. Do you guys have questions for me about calls that I made or the plot of the mission?
So it was pretty much impossible to convince him peacefully, right?
I'm not going to say impossible, but it would have been hard. I could not see a way to do it from the mission's outset, but whenever I design a mission for Lee, I just assume that he's going to break it sometimes and I can't do anything about it. So it wasn't impossible, but I thought that most likely you were going to have to do something about him. Maybe not even a fight necessarily, but you would have to interrupt his madness in some way, which Jasper picked out, and Bolg did a great job of leaning into and kind of like buying into the madness enough to start to worm his way out. And then Jasper laid some groundwork, and then Owain took the first swing. So you guys piggybacked off each other socially to make it happen. You guys have any other questions?
Yeah, I knew it was going to come down to the fight in the end, just because facilitate suicide is a weird phrasing. It's like he was doing that already. Like, so how do we help? I don't know.
Well, I can actually tell you how you would have. There was two ways to do it.
Go ahead.
One of them was he just would stop eating. And it would literally have been us narrating, you guys hanging around for like a month as he withers away and dies.
Gotcha.
Which is rough, but would have made for, I think, actually really interesting social dynamic. And it's just a very unconventional mission solve. There was another way that I don't think I'm going to get super into that would have involved the golden creatures. Because Jasper, this part of the way I designed this mission is that Bolg and Owain just bleed Zorn. But Jasper doesn't. Jasper is not like a Zorn-oriented person. He's magical, for sure, but by the standards of the area, he's very humble. And so the creatures...
He's a workman in there, huh?
Yeah, the creatures bless the humble, and they humble the mighty. And so they targeted Bolg and Owain as threats.
I admit, bringing him up into the mist to like let the golden things take him out was a thought in my head.
Yep.
You know?
That's a totally valid thought. And even at the big fight at the end, if you guys had ever stopped moving for longer than about 20 seconds, they would have appeared out of the mist to try to take all of you.
Right.
Because that's not very humble now, is it? So yeah, it added another layer of strangeness onto the mission. Any other questions before I do a quick character review? Nice. Well, in that case, I'll begin with Bolg because he's not here. I love Bolg. Bolg is Bolg. He's been around forever.
Bolg is
he's
awesome.
the best. And always fun watching Lee flex his social chops. He's obviously great at that. But this was an example of an enemy that Bolg had hugs for Bolg indeed. This is an enemy that Bolg would have a very hard time dealing with because Bolg usually just punches things and things stop moving. But Marbod is just better at punching with lithomancy. So he needed alternate angles, and the bit Lee did at the end with the Iron Maiden thing was a very cool idea. I like the sacrifice play.
That it was.
And then for Owain, what a great leader to the mission. I gotta say, Tomáš, the whole descent into the canyon was one of my favorite sequences with Owain of all time. Just the way that you leaned into the fear and then the defiance, then coming back to it, and then the big moves at the end, and then the way that you softened the landing and made the slope more even. That was all brilliant. I loved that whole sequence. And then Owain interacting with Marbod, and then Owain going to the cottage and it was just awesome sequence. His bit at the fight at the end was hilarious and also very cool. How fitting that it would be a flower that was his biggest contribution. It was it's an awesome sequence. So it was a very fun mission for Owain. I really enjoyed it. And then Jasper, I really enjoy Jasper. I enjoy him more and more as I'm watching him. He was a great foil to the other two on this mission. It was great seeing him during the descent. It was great seeing him play that kind of like, okay, what are we doing here role when they're in like the social sequence. And then during the fight, not only did he have some great supportive plays as well, but your choice to route your thing was not only so cool and was such a big play, big use, lots of essence, but also Marbod was so effortlessly controlled the pillar because he'd been working that crater forever. And you coming out of the cliff, he wasn't ready for. He could anticipate pretty much anything you guys did with Earth, but that was a section of Earth he wasn't paying attention to. So it was just such a smart move. I absolutely loved that.
My first time I used that perk, and I'm so glad it was clutch.
It's an awesome perk. I really liked it. Yeah, so it was a very unusual mission, a much more quiet, but at the same time, wacky design than usual. One last thing of note is that this mission, the premise of it, was almost word for word a dream my wife had 8 years ago that she wrote down. Where she dreamed she was an earth mage who was in exile digging a hole. And a little child would come by and ask him what was going on. And so Owain ended up being that. So it literally, it's wacky how it works out. I told my wife, I was like, hey, I'm doing a mission that's like pretty much identical to that dream you once had. And she was like, oh, which one? And because she has these crazy dreams. And I told her, and she was like, oh, that one was sick. I want to know how it happens because I was really curious how that one was going to end.
that is insane in the best way. I love that.
Isn't that crazy? So yeah, it's this mission's been a while in making. To give you an idea, maybe I'll show you sometime. I actually once drew her like a hyper stylized Samurai Jack style short form comic about that dream because of how vivid it was for her. So you can see, and actually a word that didn't come up is afara, which is in the language of this area. Afara means exile. And so if it had come up and you guys started talking him about the philosophical side, you would hear that come up. And that also comes from the dream she had. So anyways, thank you guys so much for taking the time. I hope it's been enjoyable. I know this was a freaking long one, so thank you very much for sticking it out with me.
My pleasure.
Any final thoughts before we sign off?
Just my usual, thank you for doing this.
I have to say, to me at least, it absolutely didn't feel like the longest mission.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm very glad. Yeah, you guys did beautifully. Thank you so much for taking the time. And in that case, let us say our goodbyes. First Tomáš, and then Rich, if you wouldn't mind.
Yes, I've been Tomáš. I hope you enjoyed this mission. I certainly did. Check out more on the YouTube channel or check out more missions here on Discord with us.
Woo!
And wish you good night or good afternoon or whatever it is.
Lovely. And Rich.
Tulio signing off. Hope you all enjoyed Oops, All Lithomancers. We certainly did.
I certainly enjoyed
Until
hosting
later,
it.
friends.
Couldn't have asked for a better group for it. We're going with the name Buried Deep, by the way. I think Lee nailed it with that one. That works great. And as always, my name is Robbie Howell. Thank you so much for taking the time, and ciao for now.